All right. What up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. It's been a couple weeks since I've been back. Jeez. Jeez. Here we go. What's up, everybody? Thanks for tuning in. And if you're trying to watch me on Kick, good luck, because it ain't working. But thanks for the follow anyways, you gibberish username. And we're just going to get right into it. So I haven't really talked a lot about video games, actually, at all. In the last couple of streams a few weeks ago. And you can find them on YouTube if they're on YouTube, or if they're still in a VOD, then they're still in a VOD. But there's been a lot of just like news, just a lot of like, there's just so much going on right now, and it's hard to keep up. It is. It's just really hard to keep up. So I'm gonna watch a couple of videos here from these other content creators, just to kind of give you guys my food for thought, based off of what I've watched, you know, just to kind of give you guys breakdown of my opinions, really. The content, though, here, we're all talking about the game. We're all talking about the same thing. I'm not trying to reuse or discredit anybody that's made content for YouTube or anything like that. Yes, this is being streamed on the YouTube platform right now as we speak. But I always give these guys credit no matter what. I always give you guys a source. You guys check out the video yourselves. Give this video a like and subscribe to their channel. See, I advocate as an ambassador to help other channels kind of flourish. And it's just generally where I'm at right now. So what do we got? Camera fucking issues? Oh, it's always a camera fucking problem. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, cool. Done with that shit. Alright, so Battlefield 6 is going to be coming out here pretty soon. I'm so excited. I'm ready. I need a game to, like, help me stop modding for a fucking week. Stop modding for a week. Play some games. So, yeah. Yeah. There's that. And just released a new update to Bot Bootcamp for Combat Evolved last night. Actually, this morning. Went live this morning. There's a Halloween event happening right now on the Master Chief Collection. If you played any mods and you've downloaded or haven't downloaded Bot Bootcamp for Combat Evolved, I highly suggest you check it out. Let me know what you guys think. I would like to know your guys' thoughts. And what else that you guys would love to see moving forward with Bot Bootcamp. Now, I did say that I don't know how much longer I'd be modding bots with Halo, right? There will be a point in time where that will come to an end. But you guys will get the source code and the source material outright anyway, so it's not going to matter. The source and everything probably will go on GitHub so that you guys can take a look at the code yourself, see how it all works. If you guys want to try making changes yourself, feel free. But that's not for a long time from now. And I'm trying my best to crank these out as fast as possible using the resources that I have. Things like that. But yeah, it's still a work in progress, guys. And I'm giving it to you in real time. The moment it is done, set in stone, I roll it into the update. I move on to the next thing until everything is set in stone, ready for an update. And then I go back to the list and I go, okay, well, what's left? What are the things that I can do still here? What is there room improvements for? And is there anything else that can be made along with it? Such as like other mods or added different things to the mod to make it fun or interesting, right? So there's an event happening for the month of October, this month. There's the Halloween event happening for the multiplayer maps only. The campaign map roster list has not changed. It probably won't change until about Season 7. Season 7 is next year. We got till spring. Because we still have to get through the fall season, and then we have the winter season. So the fall season is now, it's Season 5. There ain't no changes in the campaign. There's no changes in the campaign right now. Other than the final mission, the Pillar of Autumn, when you return out of the simulation chamber, you're back on the ship, right? There's some changes there. Some changes. Things that are expected because you're supposed to play the first mission. Okay? So there's continuity, right? And when you make it to the bridge, if you make it to the bridge, then that sort of cutscene is supposed to happen. Not immediately right off the rip when you load into the map. So it's supposed to be there as like oh, what just happened? It's all different now, kind of thing. So that's that. That's what's changed in Combat Evolved, including the Halo event. Halloween event, sorry. And then, yeah. What else do we got going on? Not sure. Although I am going to fix this kick stream. I want to fix this live. What's this kick canvas? Oh, it doesn't even know. Yeah, doesn't know. Okay. These canvases in Stream Elements are kind of garbage. In my opinion, they're fucking trash. Alright, so Battlefield 6 is coming out very, very, very soon. So I like to watch Ink TV because he's been like nonstop every hour uploading a video. Got the news right there for you about Battlefield. Got the news right there for you about Call of Duty. Got the news right there for you about video games, man. That's where we're at. So I love this guy. This guy's great. I think he's a great YouTuber. Don't know what he used to do before that, but I just started watching him about a few months ago. Very recently. But yeah, let's take a look. I gotta put on the cans. Let's see what everybody's saying. Let's see what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a launch week for Battlefield 6, and there's a lot that needs to be talked about, and a lot that you guys should probably know for the launch of the game. Whether that's...
Let me start it over.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a launch week for Battlefield 6, and there's a lot that needs to be talked about, and a lot that you guys should probably know for the launch of the game. Whether that's when you can play the game, whether that's when you can preload the game, whether that's what is in the game and what you need to know for launch, pre-order bonuses, all of this kind of thing, the things you should know before launch day, and there's a lot. I have a whole bunch of, every single tab here is something else that you should know about launch. Some of the tabs have multiple things. So we're going to start out with the big one, and that is the launch times for the game. You can see the Battlefield 6 global release times, launch times. Now here's the thing, it launches the same time everywhere. So in the past, Call of Duty, for example.
That's good. A global release time. Yeah, so here's the thing. So what EA is doing, they're banking off of the UTC time clock. They're not banking it off of Los Angeles time. They're not banking it off of New York time. They're banking it off of UTC time. This is actually a practical way to run a business. A practical way to run a business. It's a practical way for restaurants. It's a practical way for Nielsen and the media ratings research that Nielsen performs around the world. Yeah, I'm going to mention Nielsen. quite a lot, because nobody knows who the fuck Nielsen is. And usually when people go to look for Nielsen, they look for the ratings of popular shows, they look for ratings on movies, and yet those ratings come from Nielsen. I used to work at Nielsen for almost 5 years. Actually, yeah. 4.5 years, how long I worked there. Right when COVID happened. And lost my job because I wouldn't get a fucking shot. Yeah, fuck you. So this is UTC time. And by that nature, with UTC time, say, for the 20... So you have a 28-hour cycle. So you have a 28-hour window. Okay? And this is a restaurant lingo. So with fast food restaurants, when you're doing an upgrade or anything like that, well, all that banking stuff doesn't happen till about 4 a.m. And that's basically 1 a.m. Pacific. Video game launches used to happen at midnight per time zone. So it was a wave of releases. It was a wave of who gets to jump on first. You know, the East Coast would get to jump on first, or it would be the eastern side of the world that gets to jump on first before America because they still haven't hit 24 hours, you know? So using a global release time frame is absolutely perfect because everybody's connected. The whole world is by now. You still have third world countries that don't know what the fuck a pair of pants are. And then you still have people that are probably, you know, somewhere out in like Alaska or in Brazil or something like that that have poor signals or poor reception. And that's just the nature of the beast. So UTC time is actually quite practical. It's a very usable time frame, especially, I'll say this right now. I use UTC to release updates for my mod. Have and always will. I always will. So at 4 o'clock in the morning, should be about, what time is it in, because UTC time is 0. There's no, it literally is the line of which time starts and stops on in the world. I forget where it's at. I think it's in London. Of where the clock line is. Yeah, so UTC time. They're 4 hours ahead of us. Okay? So if at 4 o'clock in the morning, it would be 8 o'clock in the morning in like London, right? So there's that gap. But it's not an apples to apples comparison. I know this, guys. But using a UTC time is it's just used by GPS. It's used by a lot of the scientific instruments that are used on a daily. And they're not even that scientific. They're just there. So having this setup is actually pretty quite good. I actually like seeing this. What's he saying about
thing
it?
Where basically your launch time
it helps schedule everything down the line
in your time zone. Now, as you can see, that is not the case whatsoever. So it launches the same time everywhere. As you can see, Sydney,
yeah, so it will launch at 4. I think that's what time it is. No, that's I'm like fucking stupid right now. I haven't eaten anything yet. I'm so hungry. Yeah. So basically, if it releases at 4 o'clock here in the morning, it will be released at 8 o'clock in the morning elsewhere, right? It'll be exactly the same time frame.
Australia is +1
everywhere.
Day. So this is the date line that I am blocking. Here it's October 11th. Here it's October 10th. Eastern time, that's where I'm in. It's October 10th, 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Now, this means everyone should be playing the game at the same time. Now, I'm sure there's some...
Oh, I see. Oh, what the hell? They're not using UTC time. They're using Tokyo time. So they're using Japanese time. Set, because that's midnight. Japanese... So Japanese players get to play the game exactly at midnight, as if it was their midnight release, but the rest of the world gets to play it at their own timeline. Except these... That's funny, man.
Some media copies out there. I have not got one yet. I am trying to get one, but I have not got one. If I get one, you'll be the first to know. But no, I have not. So it's looking like the October 10th at 11 Eastern Daylight Time is when we are going to be getting our hands on that, and I will be streaming the.
That's a Friday here. Yeah, and that's a Saturday in Japan. So midnight. They have a Friday night midnight release. Dude, imagine being in Japan and lining up at a game store and it's a digital release.
Campaign first and foremost. Now, I'm going to delete these tabs as I go through. It's going to feel great.
Hang on one second, guys. I need to grab something to drink before we continue. This is good stuff. I love this. Guess I could have kept it playing because I got the headphones still on. I can. This cable's so long, dude. I can walk all the way around the house. I do have a wireless in-ear system. Actually, I could use that. All right, so here we got the download options for the game. So the base game is under 50 gigs. That's good. They have a campaign with HD textures, multiplayer also with HD textures. So what? So wait, why is there multiplayer and single player separate?
The next one, preload. So preload is already available. Preload, you can go and you can download this game right now on wherever you're going to play it. The size of the game does vary. Now, you can see the base game here is 48.88 gigs, but the disk space required is about 75 gigs. I think most people say it comes in between 60 and 70 gigs.
That's not bad. Honestly, if you have 80 gigs to spare, you're good.
I don't know why it shows a whole bunch of different things. There's multiplayer and single player packs. If you just want to play single player, you can download that. If you just want to play multiplayer, it's actually a much, much smaller package. That's what she said.
That's what she said.
We have the PC specs. Now, this is like compared to a Call of Duty, Battlefield is a bigger PC community for sure. The specs you need.
It's not just PC, bro. It's console too. Battlefield's huge.
Need on here are not crazy whatsoever.
Recommended PC specs. Wow, a Ryzen 3700. Recommended Intel i7 10 series, so the 10th gen. So it's one generation up than mine. I have a 9th gen i5. I hit 60, 70 frames consistently with a 2070 non-super. So there you go. 3060 Ti. Is there like more stuff? Is there like more things added?
These are the recommended requirements. The 3060 Ti.
Oh, probably because the HD stuff.
People who are running like a 1080 or 1080 Ti are rocking fine, which is insane. I don't even know how that is possible. But you can.
I got a 1080 in that computer right there. You can't see it. You still can't see my hands. They're white. Okay, it's different color here. That's so weird. But yeah, especially when I stick my hand into the ether, everything disappears. It's weird. But anyways, over in this white spot, there's a computer over here with a 1080 in it. And a 4th gen i5. Yeah. It played Battlefield, but that CPU chugged, man.
You can see the minimum specs.
It played. It hit 60.
Enabled as well as secure boot.
It started like a
there's
bitch,
a bunch
though.
of tutorials on how to do that. Basically, every multiplayer game that you are going to play from
Yeah,
now
see,
on
80 gigs.
Windows 11 is going to require those two because that is what Windows has put forward. So just know that if you don't do it now, you're going to have to do it later. So that is something that you will have to get done. Moving on.
Honestly, just turn secure boot on. It's built into your system. You're not downloading third-party fucking applications that are made from a different country that are there to snoop on you. Just turn on security boot and stop bitching like a bitch. Bitch? That's all I gotta say about that.
Here we have the Battlefield 6 Reddit. Now on the Battlefield 6 Reddit, it says, "See you out there, boys. People are already getting physical copies." You can see.
Yeah.
Maybe I can play the campaign. Apparently, it's actually the other way around. Apparently, people are playing the multiplayer, but the single player you cannot currently select. If we go down to the comments here,
What?
I'm a bust. I'm about to
Oh,
bust.
because it's locked. Because it's not out yet. You're trying to play a game that's not released. Technically, it's locked. It's literally locked behind a server. The server is the new store. The server is basically GameStop saying, "Oh, you want to play? Oh, wait till we open the doors and you can download." That's how it is nowadays. There is no more going to the GameStop or Best Buy to go fucking buy a video game anymore. That shit's gone.
God damn it, I want it. So how do people have the game early? Now there's two ways you can have the game early currently. Number one is to have a media access. In other words, have a contact at EA who gives you a review copy to the game.
Yeah,
I don't have one yet. I'm trying to get one. Manager's trying to get one. I don't have one. I would tell you, or not say I can't talk about it if I...
EA, I would love to play the game, stream the game. I would love to get back into video games. If you guys sent me a code to play it, I would advertise the game for you. Wouldn't even charge you guys anything. I would promote the game. I would even ambassadorize the game for you guys. Like, this is literally a wake-up call other studios need to fucking have, including Halo. Like, I'm so disappointed in the studio. I'm so disappointed in the way the community has been so divided. I'm so disappointed in that. And the bigger part of this, too, is my disappointment stems from modders as well.
If I did have one. I don't have one as of right now. The other way is mom and pop shop / a poor Walmart worker. Basically walking into a store being like, "Hey, I'm looking for Battlefield 6. Do you have any copies in the back?" Trying to get like the old lady, old granny. Look for one that has a walker that works there. She'll go into the back and hopefully pull one out and be like, "Here, you can pay for it now." Now, big companies like Walmart
I would love to have a
often
copy
on the computer where they have to approve you buying it. You just have to hope that Walmart worker doesn't care, or you can bribe them. This has been a thing for a very long time. Currently, that's the only way apparently. Now,
Yeah, you could bribe them.
So there's two different pre-order
I'm definitely
bonuses.
playing the game.
The Tombstone pack pre-order bonuses. You get Gravedigger, who is clearly supposed to be Pack from Battlefield 4. You have the Bandolier Tombstone XP boost set, the Hatchet weapon package, the Soldier patch and weapon sticker, and then the Fallen Heroes calling card. Now this is clearly making it look like Wrecker has passed away, because I believe that's Wrecker from Battlefield 4. So that's kind of interesting. And then we have the Phantom Edition. These skins look really good.
Nice.
Skins as well.
I like the
skin, and
I
you
like
also
the
get the Tombstone pack as well. Also, the Battlefield Pro Token, the Battle Pass plus 25 tier skips. That is coming in Season 1, which we will get to in a minute. Moving on, we have some new features coming at launch. Now, there's a lot more than this. In fact, we have another post, I think, on Twitter coming up pretty soon, which we'll get to that. But a new kind of aim assist. So they've reduced the amount of aim assist. So if you're playing on controller, it's going to feel a little bit different at launch. They've turned down the sniper glint, which there are some clips up there of what the new sniper glint looks like, as well as the non-spotted enemy marker. So in other words, it looks different whether an enemy is spotted or not. So there's kind of like more of an awareness as whether they've been seen by you or
other people
or not.
Yeah, that's good.
There's some small things I wanted to include there. We'll get to some. You know what? Actually, we'll pull out the changes now. So this was a post that went live yesterday. I went over it on the channel. Just go to my Battlefield playlist. You'll see all of these videos lined up for you guys. Now, there's a couple
it's
big
informative.
takeaways
That's really
here.
good.
First of all, it says somewhere along the beginning here that at launch there is 200 plus changes, which the patch notes are coming. They're going to be here before launch, either potentially today as I make this, or Wednesday or Thursday before launch. Those patch notes will come out. We will cover those in depth. Those are coming. The next thing that they talked about is closed versus open weapons. They're both going to be there at launch, but they said more people were playing the open weapons. It's very clear they want people playing the open weapons. That's like the majority of this article.
The open weapons allows you to pick any weapon class you want and go with it. Closed weapons are closed specifically to the class. You don't really get to use unlocks. You stick to the core class. It's like the raw way of playing Battlefield.
Playlists. What goes into playlists here, so there's going to be single mode playlists like Breakthrough and Conquest. There's going to be closed weapons experiences. There's going to be the...
I love closed weapons, by the way. I love closed weapons because it's an even ground. Everybody has the same guns. Nobody's got some fucking perk that everybody else don't have. It's a fair advantage. It's an even playing field. I fucking hate games that do that. And then, like, you're still going to get fucking swamped by.
close quarters playlist, and then there's going to be the all out warfare playlist, which are like mixed playlists between the two. Moving on, we have our launch maps and launch weapons. So launch maps, there are 9 maps. There's Liberation Peak, Empire State, New Sobek City, Manhattan Bridge, Iberian Offensive, Mirak Valley,
Firestorm's back.
Saints Quarter, which I think is the only one I personally haven't seen gameplay of, I think, and then Operation Firestorm. Now, each of these...
We've played... Oh, so Manhattan Bridge is Battlefield 4... I think it's Battlefield 3 is Manhattan Bridge. And then Operation Firestorm, I think, is Battlefield 4. I could be wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Maps is going to have smaller versions of said maps that you can play in like the smaller game modes. They haven't gone in depth with how many of those maps there are. There should, if I was the developer, there'd be tons of them. Because for example, let's take Mirak Valley. You could take this map and separate it into probably...
This map feels like a Battlefield 1 map. Or Battlefield 5. I think it's a Battlefield 1 map.
2, if not 3 small maps, and you could pretty much do this for all of these maps. And I don't know if they will do that or not at launch, but there should be at least one for each map. Should be.
Well, all the maps, they're so Battlefield has just 9 maps, and they're set to be as giant as possible. And then the game types will skew the play area around that map. It's not supposed to be like, oh, it's a different map. It's a different map of the same map. No, it's just the game mode is changing the boundaries of where players are allowed to be in that map. So if it's team deathmatch and you got 16 players, it's going to shrink the playable size to a playable area that they've designed for that type of game mode. So like Conquest's large... They relieve all of those restrictions, so you get the base core of that map. So you get the actual size. So you get to play in that actual space that was designed that was originally designed by the devs. But those game types shrink, and those game types will shrink areas for players to be playing that game mode. So
but they haven't announced that yet. At least
if you think about it, there's really like 30 different types of maps. If you think about it. Because even though with 9 maps, you still have like 5 or 6 different game types that will alter parts of the map around so it fits the game mode, right? So you're kind of playing on a different area or the same area or smaller of that map. But yeah, think about it. It's like kind of 30 different variations of maps with the 9 maps that they have.
At least to what I know. Weapons. Lots of freaking weapons.
That's what I like.
Into a
lot.
breakdown of how much of each weapons and each maps and everything comparatively there are to other games. But let's just break it down. Right here, we have 9 assault rifles at launch. An astronomical amount of weapons, really. Carbines, you have 8 weapons here. As you can see, they did the Call of Duty thing where not all of the weapons have the actual name. There are some though. So they have the AKs, but it's not an AK.
Licensing fees. You can't use the name unless you license it.
K4E7, for example. G36 is a G36, MP5 is an MP5, P90 is a P90, but not all of them have the actual names, just so we're clear.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know why, but the SMGs in this thing are labeled PDW. I think that's a mistake. So as you can see, SMG wise, we have also 8 SMGs, 8 LMGs, then we have 6 secondaries, which is pretty solid. Then we have shotguns, DMRs.
SMGs are just personal defense weapons. There's nothing wrong with that. You have personal defense weapons, and then you have large machine guns. That's why they're labeled PDWs.
Bolt action. Now, I have a pretty cool, I think, yeah, here it is right here. So this compares all of the launch games of Battlefield. So Battlefield 3, for example, we had 9 maps at launch, 39 primaries, 8 secondaries, and 22 vehicles. I think this is a pretty cool, like, infographic, if you will.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Compare that to Battlefield 6, we have 41 primaries, 4 secondaries. So that list we looked at before might be a little bit off. 15 vehicles and 9 maps. So the primaries, pretty solid. Secondaries, we're getting to post-launch.
Wait a minute, wait. Go back to the picture, though. I want to see the picture.
So you can pretty much
look at this. Things to keep in mind. There are no boats. There are no boats. There is no water on any of these maps, besides Manhattan Bridge, maybe Empire State, but no boats, no naval capabilities. You have flying, you have Air Force, you have the Marines, but you don't have the Navy. Something's wrong here. Something's really wrong with Battlefield 6. Why it does not have naval capabilities, except for Air Force capabilities and Marine capabilities, is a problem. Not only that, you also have the Space Force coming into play.
So this compares all of the launch games of Battlefield. So Battlefield 3, for example, we had 9 maps at launch, 39 primaries, 8 secondaries, and 22 vehicles. I think this is a pretty cool like infographic, if you will. You compare that to Battlefield 6, we have 41 primaries, 4 secondaries. So that list we looked at before might be a little bit off. 15 vehicles and 9 maps.
There are definitely more weapons in Battlefield 6 for sure. Just like Battlefield 4, but not as much as Battlefield 4. I think Battlefield 4 just didn't have... You know what? Never mind.
So the
I was thinking Battlefield 4 had like a lot less weapons, but I guess not.
Primaries pretty solid. Secondaries, we're getting to post-launch, which we'll see in a second. But the king of content for all Battlefield games was actually Battlefield 4.
Yep.
If you don't remember this, 64 primaries, 13 secondaries, 3 pickups on the map, 36 vehicles and 10 maps. That game was massive.
Yeah. And even had naval capabilities. It had Air Force, Marines, and the Navy type of stuff. So you have 3 fucking branches there. You have 3 branches in Battlefield 3. 3 branches in probably Hardline. Battlefield 1. Battlefield 5. No, I don't think there's any boats in Battlefield 5, actually. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I gotta play more of it. I don't know. Battlefield 2042, not 2142. I don't think it even had naval capabilities, so... What the hell?
At launch.
But then again, even Battlefield 4 or Battlefield 3, the naval capabilities weren't all that great.
And of course, buggy, but massive. Hardline, very, very similar to what we see with Battlefield 3 here. Battlefield 1, we had a ton of
Yeah,
secondaries.
3 was a little buggy.
24 vehicles, 9 maps. Battlefield 5, a little bit smaller, 30 primaries, 8 maps. Battlefield 2042, I don't know what they were thinking here, but not enough maps. Like
No.
19 primaries, what are we doing? 33 total, really. And then Battlefield 6, 9 maps, 41 primaries, 4 secondaries, 15 vehicles. So the lowest section that we have in Battlefield 6 is vehicles, but they're adding more post-launch, so that will get improved. We can get rid of these 2.
Oh,
Speaking of
there
which,
you go.
let's check out the post-launch. We've talked about this a couple times on the channel. I'll go over it very quickly.
Post-launch.
So when we're talking about maps, we're going to get 2 new ones in Season 1, plus a winterized version.
Okay.
After this, we have the new Strike Point, which I believe is the Search and Destroy mode. Then a new vehicle, new carbine, new sniper rifle, new sidearm. Also, 3 more weeks in, we have another new sidearm, new shotgun, and then our first battle pickup coming as well. Also, Sabotage, which is a limited time mode, as well as new attachments, which new attachments are good. That is Season 1. What do we have after this? Oh, yes. So, this is...
So no boats yet. They added another land vehicle for the post-launch update. And no Navy. No naval capability. They should have added a water map. Fuck the snow map, dude. I don't care. You should have added a fucking water-based map for your 3rd one.
Crazy when you compare the amount of content Battlefield 6 delivers post-launch. Battlefield 6 Season 1, 18 days after launch. We have 2 new maps, 1 launch map variant, 5 new guns, an axe, 2 new weapon attachments, and 2 new modes and a vehicle.
Plus a new vehicle.
Launch Season 1, 6 months and 20 days after. I think that this just goes to show how piss poor the planning on Battlefield 2042 actually was. Like, I don't know.
And they're in recovery mode right now for Battlefield 6. I can tell. Because, like, they're, like, not... like, none of this stuff is completely there in Battlefield 6 because you don't have the fucking water vehicles. You have everything else, but you don't have water vehicles. You don't have a fucking... Where's Wake Island?
what they were
Come
thinking about that
on!
game. Maybe the game came out and they're like, we need to fix this fast. But yeah, and then when that actually came out, we were looking at one new map, one specialist, 2 weapons, 1 new vehicle. That was it. After almost 7 months.
That's crazy.
6 or 7, you know? Then our final post has to do with campaign. Now, this one,
Okay.
I'm a little skeptical of. So,
I'm not
this
sure.
one, the mission
Campaign
list.
really
Right here. Here's the
matters.
mission list. So we have 9 missions, which consist of Always Faithful, The Rock, Operation Gladys, which we've seen, Night Raid, No Sleep, which we've seen, Moving Mountains, Nile Guard, Operation Ember Strike, which we have seen, and Always Forward. Now, I think it is super weird that one of the 3 missions that they have showed us gameplay of is the second to last mission of the game. I find that incredibly weird. Now,
Yeah,
I've
that's
heard
weird.
people talk about this game and say that this is a 6 to 7 hour campaign.
Okay.
I don't believe you if you're saying that. I don't. 9 missions doesn't equal, like, that's 4.5 hours, if that, right? Like 9 missions, half hour a mission.
He's never played Halo 4. He's never played Halo 4. You could beat that game in like an hour.
The first mission and the last mission will both be half hour. The in between
On
will be somewhere
normal.
between 20 and 30 minutes. I see this being a 3.5 to 4 hour campaign realistically, and I would love to be wrong. And maybe they implement long cutscenes. Maybe there's something I haven't seen yet.
And see, that's something I don't want, is long fucking cutscenes. I don't want to watch a campaign. I want to play the campaign. I don't want to sit there and watch 9 fucking hours of a cutscene for one mission.
That 6 to
That's
7
my
hour marker
preference.
people are throwing out there, I don't believe you.
I got time for
but
that.
I'd love to be proven wrong is essentially where I stand on this. Now, as for what I have heard so far, I have seen one leak of Chinese gameplay of the campaign.
Okay.
So maybe some people,
Ooh.
maybe the review copies, people have their hands on the game. What I've seen for people who have the physical copies, they can't play the campaign yet, but they can play the multiplayer. There's part of me that wants to drive around later today and go to a bunch. I don't really have mom and pop shops here. We have like GameStop and Walmart. I don't really know where else to go, but I'm getting the itch. It's later this week. Friday can't come soon enough. And I can't wait to make some campaign videos for you guys, some multiplayer videos for you guys. It's going to be a fun time and a busy month. We got ARC after. It's going to be wild. But yeah, I think that's everything you need to know for launch. Hopefully I broke down everything well for you guys. Try to keep everything live, quick, fast-paced for you. And this Friday.
Yep, it's this Friday. Give this guy a sub. Like the video. I liked it. I'm already subbed. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, see right here, here's the comment right there. PDW's personal defense weapon isn't a mistake. Most, if not all, battlefields have called the SMGs PDWs, and that's true. Yes, they're all PDWs. Like I said, small machine guns are literally, by definition, a PDW. By definition. They're personal, and it's a defense weapon. It's not made to be a sniper. It's not made to be a long machine gun. It's not made to be an assault rifle. It's not made to be a fucking shotgun. It's a personal defense. I mean, well, shotguns can be a personal defense weapon. But that only works if it's like a sawed-off shotgun. The size of the gun matters. If it's a big gun, then it's not a small gun. So, you know, it's pretty simple. Yeah. I don't really get political on my stream. I try not to. But I'm going to bring this up. Hassan Piker, you're fucking retarded, man. You're just a fucking retard. With a microphone, just like everybody else on this platform. Shut the fuck up. Sit down and be quiet. That's my message for you. Alright, what else is going on? Oh, God. I probably want to watch this if it's... Oh, no.
Hey guys, hope you've been having a great weekend, and
Why is this shit?
Hey guys, hope you've been having a great weekend. And you remember Concord, right? One of the biggest failures in gaming history. Yeah, that Concord. Well,
It's still failing, that's for sure.
the devs recently spoke out about what happened and stuff like the beta, the public reception. That's going to be.
So the devs spoke out on what happened. I know if I felt like I would run into battle and die for the company that day. I was ecstatic. I miss it immensely. All this interviewing and talking to other companies, I want to bring my whole old team there. They always ask me, why did I like working at the studio so much? And it was like, I just really enjoyed the team. The people, that's what I miss. So you miss the people, you don't fucking care about the work you're doing? That explains why the game fucking failed. Completely. Like, I just read 2 lines, and that's the reason. You care about the people more than you care about the fucking work you're making. You want to get inside their fucking pants so bad, you had to get fired. You had to get let go. And yet, talking to other companies to bring your whole old team there, well, that's because you care about those people you like to get in the pants with. I'm just gonna say it. There's so many fucking dill holes in the industry that need to be fucking eradicated, taken out, beat with a rubber hose, and be called a retard, because they are. I mean, look at the fucking game that they tried to sell. Concord. Oh yeah, Marathon's back too, by the way. Talk about that in a little bit.
Be fun to take a look at the aftermath. And as you might expect, they are
Just
still as
fucking
outside as
beat
ever
with a
among
rubber
online
hose.
gamers and saying things like, people just didn't give us a chance. And so these statements come from devs that were on
Oh, you've had plenty of chances. You just took the wrong path. Let's just be real, okay? Shut the fuck up.
the Time Well Wasted podcast, I think it's called, where they had some of these devs on. Of course, they spoke about this stuff. So now we've got some quotes that have been compiled over on Reset Era, and I also got some quotes from the YouTube channel Mystic. So let's start with this quote, where one of the devs says, "The audience our publisher was catering to did not want this game at all from the get-go."
Yeah, because it didn't appeal to anybody. It didn't speak to nobody. It spoke to nobody. You made a game for everybody that nobody wanted. That's what you did. That's what you tried to do. And now you're coming out, writing comments, and you sound like another Hassan that's in the fucking video gaming space. Shut the fuck up. You lost. Get over it. It's over. Move on. Make a different game. Oh wait, you can't. You're too busy about your people in your pants.
Go. The game was labeled uncool. And then they lament how people just didn't give the game a chance. Saying stuff like, yeah, but you haven't even looked into it. You haven't even played it. It's like,
We don't need to look into it when we saw a trailer for it. When Sony released the trailer, that was enough to go, hold on. What the fuck? What the fuck did I just watch?
yeah, well, like, why would anyone want to play this modern audience garbage? Seems like they're also trying to put all or a lot of the blame on the publisher, and I just don't buy that.
It's not
because
their fucking... They didn't make your game. You made the game. They didn't make the game. They're another GameStop. They're another fucking Walmart. Okay? You're putting your product on their shelf. That's how this works. That's how publishers work. And a matter of fact, when you're an artist and you make music, you have to have a publisher publishing your material. When you register through BMI, you have to give 100% to the producer. That publisher. That producer the publisher published. Just like a magazine publishes an article. Just like how news articles could get published on a daily. See, you're the actual grunt in this workforce. They're the middleman. The publisher's the middleman. If you didn't want the publisher to release the content you gave them, Why the fuck did you do it in the first place?
They say, like, the publisher forced us to make a game catering to this group of people, which seems to be implied to be...
That's not what they're saying. That's not what they're saying. You totally don't understand what a publisher is asking for. They're telling you, make something that brings in money. Don't fucking listen to what the publisher's telling you to make, because the publisher doesn't know what the hell people want to be playing right now. They don't. They don't care. They want to see dollar signs coming right back to their bank accounts when they see a game making bank. That's all they care about. And if you think that the publisher was in on this, boy, you have really wrong aspirations in this field.
about the modern audience. Because
and you've backed the wrong conceptual horse. And I'm not going to be the one here to explain it.
Game itself was clearly catering to the modern audience. And the reason I don't fully buy this was like only the publishers, because we've already seen that a number of the devs that worked on Concord from Firewalk Studios, the game dev company, well, a lot of these devs were a part of the modern audience, or I should say are a part of the modern audience. So they probably love...
They are their own audience. You make a game, you're the audience to your own game. If you make a game and aren't the audience to that game you are making, why the fuck are you there? It's the same concept of being involved with guns. If you don't like guns, stop making a first-person shooter. Stop promoting your brand to sell a first-person shooter. Get the fuck out. And matter of fact, why don't you get trained on guns, for the matter of fact? Go to a shooting range. And let's see your fucking demeanor change from there.
Concord, but now they're enacting this damage control like a year later because they don't want this like blank spot on their resume or whatever. Like, let's try and kind of rewrite history.
Oh, you don't want a blank spot in your resume? Guess what, pal? Look at my fucking resume. There's a blank spot for the last 3.5 fucking years. Get over
Save
it.
some face here. We can see more.
There ain't no more fucking jobs here in the next 15, 20 years from now. Guess why? AI.
More of that in this quote where one of the devs says, I mean, it's certainly unpleasant. It was incredibly...
I love crashing out on this stuff because it actually really does grind my gears. Like, you know, the Family Guy thing, you know what really grinds my gears? I'm gonna actually, I should put up a little clip, a little picture in the corner. It says, grinding my gears, you know, so when I crash out, I flip that on, so you see me crashing out. This is grinding my gears!
frustrating that we didn't do any counter programming. You know, that started immediately after the reveal of the game, and then it was just total radio silence. So a lot of false narratives around the game got built, and it was
False narratives around the game that got built?
outside of our control. False narratives, really? No, dude, people talked about the factual stuff that was going on in Concord. No one needed to, like, make up a false narrative. The game was awful. For a lot of reasons that have been greatly discussed. Here's what they say about the beta. We were excited locally in the studio, but the public had no
Locally? See, there it is.
idea what it was
They're the only people in the world that love to get in other people's pants, man.
at first. I thought people were just harsh during the reveal trailer. I was like, you know what? There's things we need to work on.
Look at Call of Duty Black Ops 7. And look at Battlefield 6. If you can't figure out your own fucking product, then you have no means to be fucking writing this statement.
But it's okay. Once people touch the game, it's going to change things. And then the beta numbers dropped.
Yeah, I love to see that.
And numbers were not what we were expecting. And I think our mindset started shifting to...
What, one player? I would have expected that. You were like the indie studio comparative to No Man's Sky with actually no experience going into this at all. No experience whatsoever. No experience making a video game, no experience in storyboard writing, no experience in drafting, no experience in 3D modeling. All of it is ripped fucking assets, stolen art, and valor. Yeah.
Things could go really bad. Dude, if I recall,
If that's how we operate, then man, Bungie's doing a good thing right now.
I'm gonna check that. Okay, so it was actually 2388, almost 2400, which is obviously still beyond terrible. The devs continue talking about the beta, saying it made news for how poorly the beta did. Like, people would go out to news sites to, like, hear about our game and how negatively it was doing, instead of, like, hearing what the game was about.
If you guys watch this video and hear me grill you about this, Give me a free copy of your game, and I'll play it and I'll live stream it. Give me a free copy of your game. I'm gonna play it, live stream it, and give you guys a full-on, honest review. I will be a game review channel if I have to.
People heard about our game because of how poorly it did, but people didn't hear about what the game was, or even really tried.
Because here's the thing. If I played this and live stream it, I will play it and try to beat the game. Okay? I will want to beat the game and then give a formal review. There won't be opinions, it will be a review. There may be some opinions if there are things that bothered me. But for a formal review, in the way that you are asking and pitching this, see it, send it, fine. You want you want people to fucking like you? Send me a copy and we'll talk.
There was no shortage of news articles and YouTube videos.
It's easy,
And hate on
plain
the
and
internet
simple.
about how poor the numbers were, so it was pretty apparent. You gotta be kidding me. They're really trying to say that people didn't really know what the game was. Yeah, we did. What the frick? Dude.
If you told us that we don't know what the game is, then you're right. We don't know what the game is. Because the trailer we saw made no fucking sense. And what people played didn't know what the fuck they're getting into because it didn't relate to the trailer you guys made. So, again, if you want to change the world, if you want to change the gaming industry, give me a proper release. Give me the proper full release of the game, and I'll do a full review on it. Properly. It's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. It's simple and easy to do. I will record everything that I do in the game. I will even try to break the game. I will do everything in my will like I did in Halo. So, if you want Concord, I'm talking to you guys. If you want somebody to review your game and give a positive rating, please let me know. Please send me a copy. I don't care what platform, PC preferably. If you can send me a code to play the game, I will play the game, live stream the game, go through all of its details, go through everything that the game has, since you guys basically made it, and formulate a full consensus review live and in a YouTube video. Now, I am live streaming on YouTube and on Twitch today. I'm not live streaming on Kick today. I turned off Kick because it's not receiving the broadcast for some reason. It's not shooting 1080p at ultra wide, but Twitch and YouTube will do it just fine. So it's a Kick thing. So sorry guys, you'll be stuck on YouTube and Twitch for a little while until Kick updates their servers and their encoders on the back end. Because the encoders have to be able to it depends on what type of encoder they're using on their servers, because the encoders are specific to a resolution and bitrate. Depending if they're using Blackmagic encoders, they should be able to do 4K just fine, but I don't think Kick is there yet. And once it does support 4K, then it could probably do ultra wide and things like that. It just needs to be able to do. It just needs to be able to support 4K. Twitch already supports 4K and ultra wide. YouTube already supports 4K and ultra wide. Kick is just the only one that's not in the same ship here. But seriously, Concord developers, if you please would send me a copy at so much pot, no spaces, capital S, capital M, capital P. Send me a code. I'll play the game. I'll download it live, and I'll play it live streaming it for an entire session late at night through my gaming nights. Because like in the daytimes I mod and I do video, I watch all these videos on YouTube just to kind of catch up and stay in the know. And to hear what everybody else is saying. Like this guy, Hero, I've never watched his videos before. I've always watched him through Asmongold, because Asmongold is basically saying the same fucking thing, but he says it a little bit differently. And he is very sarcastic in what he says, and I appreciate that. But this guy, I've never actually, I'll subscribe to his channel right now. I've never watched any of his videos until today. And this is funny, actually. This is pretty good. And it's under 10 minutes. It's exactly the video content that I need to be able to talk about it and broadcast it on YouTube and Twitch and so forth. But I only want to give... I'm only watching these videos just to understand what is kind of going on, and you guys get to see my reaction in real time. I'm not trying to repurpose or repackage their material or nothing like that, because you know why? I like to share this material with everybody that's watching through me. So I give you guys this link so you guys can go watch his video and subscribe and like his channel, as you should. It's
The Coke
respect.
was just crazy. From there, they talk about the reception. The most
But yes, Concord, please send me a key. I'll do a review, and we'll go from there.
frustrating part about it to me was people had made up their mind about the game, and I felt like it was based off...
The most frustrating part about it to me was people had made up their mind about the game, and I felt like it was based off of, I mean, this more our fault than theirs, but we did a bad job of communicating what we were trying to do. And I felt like there was such a disconnect, like... The way they type! I can't stand this. I feel like I'm talking to Summer in Rick and Morty. God damn it, Summer! Like, it was based off of, I mean... Like, if I could sit down with any individual that said something bad about the game and plead our case, like, what? Are you going to court or something? I'm confused, man. Seriously, who is this? Who is this? Who's writing this? I would love to talk to you actually live on stream even. I would bring you on as a co-host, a guest speaker. Seriously, okay, here's another cat. Here's another. I'll even throw you one better. If you send me a key, we'll do commentary about the game. I'll play it in real time while the developer themselves talks about the game that I am playing. Then, I'll give a review based off of what the developer said and what I'm playing. If you really have to write something like this, you need to speak to somebody. You can't be just writing this shit and willy-nilly out in the open like this, because nobody's going to take you seriously. You are in this by yourself. By yourself. This is all you. Your reaction, the way the game was promoted, you're the driver. And this ain't NASCAR. Seriously, you need to talk to somebody. Go sit down and talk to somebody. If you really do want to talk to somebody, come talk to me. I would love to talk to you. I would love to talk to all these developers. Why? Because you've hired smart people to work for you. And I have questions. A lot of people don't know. And people are buying into probably you're bribing them into blackmailing even. It's like blackmail. You're blackmailing people into buying your product because you feel bad. Well, you shouldn't have made a shitty product to begin with. And first off, you should have fucking planned the story around these characters that have no fucking connection whatsoever. And that's the baseline. That's what everybody's saying right now. Okay? For what I am saying, though, is I don't care. I don't personally, I do not fucking care what a game has. I'll play VR chat. I don't care. It's just a fucking game. If Concord was supposed to be the game of, oh, I don't care, I'll just come home and play some fucking games, well then, why was it marketed the way it was? That's what I don't understand. So, writing this completely negates trying to convince anybody.
I mean, this is more our fault than theirs, but we did a bad...
It's just, stop typing like you're a fucking high school teenage girl. Seriously. Clean up your vocabulary.
Bad job of communicating what we were trying to do. And I felt like there was such a disconnect. Like, if I could sit down with any individual that said something bad about the game and plead our case, I could convince them 100% to be on board with the game.
Just say we did a terrible job of appealing to the mass of gamers and it didn't go well. Just say that. Just don't say it's just like, cause you don't fucking know what you're saying. You sound like a goddamn retard that doesn't know what the fuck they're saying.
It's just,
That's my opinion.
we did a terrible job of appealing to the
So
mass
stop
gamers,
writing
and
like a
it
fucking
didn't go
high
too
school
well.
girl.
I guess I'll give this statement a little bit of credit for having like a tiny shred of accountability, at least compared to the other stuff that these devs were saying. But this is still very delusional because Bro is really trying to make it sound like the only issue with Concord was the communication. Like, we just didn't explain this well enough. No, dude, there were a lot of problems with the game, as I mentioned a moment ago. I'm just not going to list all the problems with the game because, like, we've covered that extensively, and so many people have done a great job covering that extensively already and talking about that stuff, so it seems far too redundant to just repeat all of that here. I'm sure everyone watching this video probably knows the numerous issues with Concord, so let's just keep going to the next statement. And this one,
I'd like to know what those issues are
that we've been
on
seeing.
a
It's
list.
just weird that there is this audience who's just constantly wanting to be excited that something fails, but the reality behind it is we're just
No, we don't. We just see it the way it is and we call it out like it is. If you fucking see shit in the listen. If you go to a dog park, what's the first thing that you're probably going to step in? A pile of dog shit that somebody did not fucking clean up properly per the rules stated by the park. Yeah.
just looking at our keyboards, and then we're like, oh, no job today. There's like a Schadenfreude of, I don't think I said that right, whatever. Oh, big game fails, and like, that's awesome. We got to see something crash and burn, and like, that's kind of great. That's really cool. And to be a part of that process, it's really easy.
You're the person that doesn't pick up after your dog in the dog park. That's literally you. It's so bad to see comments like this come from developers that have the audacity to just come out of the woodworks and start reaming gamers. Gamers that could have been their fans. They could have had fans. At least to just the characters. They could have liked some of the characters, but not the game. That's totally normal. There's some games where I like the characters, but I hate the game. There are some games where I think the art looks amazing, but I hate the game. Yo, I played Dark Souls 2 once. I hate the fucking game. I love the aesthetics, though. Three, sorry. Dark Souls 3. 2 was great. I love 2. 2 and 1 were perfect. 3 was good. It was an okay game. It was cheap, in my opinion. It felt cheap. Yeah, dude, this is bad.
On that. Like, well, we're punching up and not really taking into consideration that, like, well, you're punching up at that, but then all these people that work really hard on it are not those people. Well, just because people worked on the game, obviously.
I'm glad you know so much about the community. Wow. I'm so happy you know what the gamers' mindset is. I'm so happy that they know exactly what a gamer feels.
Doesn't mean that they're free from criticism. Like, to make a bad product, people are allowed to talk about that. And that doesn't mean they're limited to only
Yeah, it's like buying a Sonos speaker and they fucking shut it off and block it through an update so you can't use the speaker anymore.
talking about the product itself. People are allowed to talk about the team that developed said product and ways that they could have done better and things that they did wrong. Here's what the devs have to say about working at Firewatch.
The Concord developers, you guys don't know. You guys don't understand what the game actually is. You don't know what this game actually is. You have no idea what the actual player base looks like. You have no fucking clue. To me, you were coming in this blind. And that's why I'm saying you gotta talk to somebody. You should talk to me. You should talk to Zach even. Because even the ghost of you, the ghost of whatever, Ghost of fucking ramen noodles. The fucking devs there too also got fired too for their stupid ass shit. Yeah, all these stupid ass fucking Japanese games that are coming out with these stupid ass fucking names, I'm gonna start calling them ramen noodles. Because I don't fucking know what they're called. I can't fucking read that. I need English. English, please.
Walk. I know I felt
Fucking
like I
ramen
would run into
noodles.
battle and die for the company that day. I was ecstatic when the teaser was revealed. I miss it immensely. All this interviewing and talking to other companies, I want to
The dopamine effect?
bring my whole old team there. They always ask me, why did I like working at the studio so much? And it was like, I really just enjoyed the team. People, that's what I miss. People were kind to each other. If someone
People in their pants.
had a bad day, people would be super supportive and be like, go ahead, take the time. If you're not feeling good, just go home. This is the first studio where I felt equal and treated right. Not only is everyone
Oh god. Oh my god. Treated right. What the fuck? Oh god. Let me just fill up my cup of fucks. Ah, fuck it.
everyone's super talented, but also everyone was respectful and nice. It's a green flag when I can go into the women's bathroom and it's not only filled with feminine hygiene products, but also there's women there. And it's like, oh, I have to share a bathroom with other women now? Like, whoa, that's odd because you...
What? What? Why are we talking about this? What? What? The fuck? Why are we talking about this? It's so weird. Okay. I almost kind of want to watch Zach's reaction to this. Oh my god.
usually get the whole place to yourself. You know what's really funny is how shortly after Concord released, and we were in the news cycle of its massive failure, there were some people coming out saying that the Concord devs, you know, Firewalk overall, that they have this culture of toxic positivity. Some sources I've spoken with blamed a head-in-the-sand mentality carried over from the studio's Bungie roots, a sense the game would come together because the team was too good to fail. It seems like we're seeing more of that attitude displayed in the statement that we just read. We've got one last statement to take a look at here, and it's pretty funny. Something else funny too is how the user on Reset Era that posted these quotes went on to say about all of this. From all public accounts, it sounds like Firewalk was an incredible studio to work at, full of highly talented people, but marketing and management completely screwed it over. This team absolutely did not deserve to be treated the way they were. I really hope people listen to it. One last quote that I loved hearing as it shows how passionate this team was about the game they made. And we can see that quote right here. Travis from the art team responding to Ashley, who says, "Do you want people to know you worked on it?" And Travis says, "Yeah, and I want them to be surprised when I'm happy about it. That's what I want. We were
You want us to be surprised when you're happy about it? Listen to your fucking actions. Look at your words. Look at the words you're typing. We legit have retards in the studio spaces.
proud, regardless of how it went. We put out a good game. I mean, this is truly astonishing, from the dev trying to act like they put out a good game here, just not even acting like it's
You didn't even release a single... Okay, yeah, sure, whatever.
saying that they put out a good game, which is just a crazy take and shows that these people have no accountability, and they just don't seem like they'll ever grow as people. To the Reset Era user who's actually like buying into this nonsense and acting like, yeah, these people are so talented, they're so hardworking and talented, and they're trying to put all the blame on like marketing and management. What a freaking joke. No accountability from any of these people. And this is to be expected from all of these modern audience types. Just very, very typical. Something funny though is one of the comments on the first page of that thread says, "When you mess things up and blame marketing and management teams." And that person actually got a warning from the moderators. Probably one of the only comments in the entire thread that's actually talking sense, and the mods warned.
Yeah, blame the marketing and management teams. Yeah, you do. You also blame the director too. So you blame the director who oversees their marketing team and the management teams. You also blame the VP of that company and the CEO too. Throw them all under the bus. They're all involved. They were all associated with it. They all worked on the same game together. Don't care? You want to fight me about it? I'll see you in court.
Them. Of course, you know, that is also typical. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed
I'm
my
quick.
coverage. I had fun making this video, despite how
I
pathetic
don't
these
fuck
statements
around.
were. It was certainly amusing and funny to take a look at. So, like I said, I hope you enjoyed. Consider sharing your thoughts in the comments. And as always, thank you so much for tuning in.
I don't even want to code. I changed my mind. I don't even want to fucking code. This is pathetic. Foolish fucking shit. You can't go on the internet and start typing a fucking normal sentence without saying it's, if, and, or, that. Give the video a like, subscribe to his channel. That helps him out pretty much immensely. I think gives this guy credit, man. This guy's a great host on this one. This is an awesome video. What's the comments like? Guess who's back? Ping again. I don't know. Release beta, give feedback, don't improve game, blame the people playing it, get surprised when it's called slop, call everyone else bigots. People didn't try the game. Just a reminder, a fly lived longer than Concord. That's hilarious. A fly does live longer than Concord. No, seriously, no. I take that back. Everything that you guys have done in your studio, why didn't you just fucking drop it and let it go? Why did you? I gotta watch this one now. I have to. I have to.
How is this still going on?
I don't know. This
How
is
are there
pathetic.
still people that are doing postmortems for Concord?
Seriously.
I mean, at a certain point, don't you have to stop? When is it
Exactly.
time for you to stop?
Hey guys,
Stop
hope you've been having a
doing
great
this.
weekend. And you remember Concord, right? One of the biggest failures in gaming history. Yeah, that Concord. Well, the devs recently spoke out about what happened and
I just
stuff
fast
like
forwarding
the
through it
beta,
because
the
I wanted to
public
hear
reception,
Asmon's take on this too.
aftermath. And as you might expect, they are still as out of touch as ever. A lot of them are trying to blame gamers and saying things like, people just didn't give us a chance. And so these statements come from devs that were on the Time Well Wasted podcast, I think it's called.
They should be the hosts.
Yeah,
where we had
right.
some of these devs on. Of course, they spoke about this stuff. So now we've got some quotes that have been compiled over on Reset Era, and I also got some quotes from YouTube channel Mystic. So let's start with this quote, where one of the devs says, "The audience our publisher was catering to did not want this game at all from the get-go. The game was labeled Zoncool, and then they lament how
Fair. He's right. Absolutely.
people just didn't give the game a chance."
Exactly.
Saying stuff like, "Yeah, but you haven't even
Oh
looked
yeah,
into it. You haven't."
and people didn't give it a chance because nobody liked the content that you guys advertised. It's plain and simple. Like, we saw the pictures, we saw the videos, we saw the release trailer. You gave us enough information not to like the game, and that's what happened.
Haven't even played it.
So don't get mad and don't start writing comments on fucking internet, basically telling us that we're wrong.
Exactly. You don't need to. Yeah. It looked like shit. Why would somebody want to play a game that looks like shit?
Plain and simple. Why would anybody want to play a game that looks like shit?
Really? What are we doing?
It's like, yeah, well, like, why would anyone want to play this modern audience garbage? Seems like they're also trying to put all or a lot of blame on the publisher, and I just don't buy that because they say, like, the publisher forced us to make a game catering to this group of people, which
I think that it's not all on the publisher, but I could see the publisher playing a pivotal role in this happening.
Exactly.
seems to be implied to be about the modern audience because the game itself was clearly catering to the modern audience. The reason
And
I
that's
fully
what I
buy
was
this
saying
is publisher
before.
because we've
The
already
publisher doesn't necessarily bring in a storyboard. The publisher tells you, make a fucking game. It's got to be a shooter because A, the publisher doesn't have any new shooters, and B, the games are probably dying and they need a new game to sell. That's the most amount of influence that should be brought onto a development studio. Period. And the way the development studio takes that is up on them. The developer studio could take that information and say, oh, well, it's the publisher's fault because they told us to make it this way. No. They told you to make a first-person shooter. They didn't tell you how to make it. They just told you, look, we want a first-person shooter. Can you make one? You said yes. There it is. You took that action. You took the oath and wanted to abide by what they were requesting. And you fucking failed on that delivery. And they still published your fucking shit anyway. Because they need to make money. That's what publishers do.
You seen that a number of the devs that worked on Concord from Firewalk Studios, the game dev company? Well, a lot of these devs were a part of the modern audience, or I should say are a part of the modern audience. So they probably love Concord, but now they're enacting this
There were
game
dozens of them.
control like a year later.
Yeah,
Like
dozens.
blank spot on their resume or whatever. Like, let's try and kind of rewrite history, try to save some face here. We can see more
Nice
of that
try.
in this quote where one of the devs says, I mean, it's certainly unpleasant. It was incredibly frustrating that we didn't do any counter
Nice
programming.
try.
You know, that started immediately after the reveal of the game, and then it was just total radio silence. So a lot of false narratives around the game got built, and it was outside of our control.
What false narrative?
Yeah, I don't
It's not
understand
a
where that.
false narrative.
I don't
People
see-
just
and-
looked
and
at the
he's-
game and it didn't look good. Like there's not you don't need to. There's not a false narrative that's needed for that. It's pretty fucking obvious what's going on, isn't it? I don't know what to say. Crazy. What the hell's wrong with these people?
False narratives early. You know, dude, people talked about the factual stuff that was going on in Concord.
Yeah, it was
no one
weird.
needed to like make up a false
Like
narrative.
it's not. Was it a false narrative that you put the pronouns next to the character selector? Who asked you to do that? Was that photoshopped? Like what is this?
And on top of that, why did you write these weird fucking comments like a fucking high school girl that's 14 years old online?
The game was awful.
Where's the false
for
narrative?
a lot of reasons that have been greatly discussed. Here's what they say about the
Well,
beta.
it's like you look at like Overwatch 2, you look at Marvel Rivals, and both of these are just better hero shooters. They're just
Yes.
better. So why? Like I mean, really, people look for anything that they can blame.
And those hero shooters all have to work together. They all have a piece of the same puzzle they're trying to create and play off of. So each character has an actual backstory and functions that each one are specific to the match.
Blame other than themselves.
Exactly. They literally have nobody else to blame but themselves on this one. Like I said, this is exactly what I'm saying.
I did
The
love it in
robot had
studio,
pro- yeah,
but
there's
the
a
public
robot
had
that
no
had
idea what it
pronouns.
was at first. I thought people were just harsh during the reveal trailer.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
like, you
there
know what?
was a
There's
robot
things
in the
we can
game
work
that
on,
had
but it's okay.
pronouns.
Once people touch the game, it's going to change things.
Nah. People got to get over this.
Same.
This is the way I see it.
Okay, let's hear it.
They say don't judge a book by its cover. I say
Bingo.
if you can't even get your cover in order, you probably don't know what the fuck you're doing with your book.
Boom. Based. It's exactly what I've been saying. And that's a great analogy, Zach. Because that's all it takes. If you can't put your shit together, no one ain't gonna buy it.
That's just the way I see it.
It's just the way it
You
is.
can't even figure out a cover.
That's sad. And your marketing team, they're just going with what you gave them. They have to make up everything else on the fly. Otherwise, it's just a dead product, which it is.
And then the beta
ain't our
numbers
fault.
dropped, and numbers were not what we were expecting. And I think our mindset started shifting to things could go really bad.
Things could
If I
go really
recall,
bad.
the beta had like what, a peak player count around 1,400, I think.
Yeah, so the player it was closer to 2,000, but it could have been 1,400. So I remember all the games journalists when Concord came out, they're like, wait, there's no way it actually. Wait, what do you mean it's only 1,000 people playing? Wait, what? What do you mean nobody wants to play the game? And so what was even funnier is that people said that, oh, well, it's because the game was a paid game and it was competing against Overwatch that was a free game. Concord did a free beta weekend after they did the paid beta weekend. And the free beta weekend did even worse than the paid one. That means that people that paid real money for the game, the majority of those people didn't even come back to play it for free.
Ouch. Holy shit. Damn. Don't give me a key, Concord, because I'm not gonna fucking pay to play your goddamn game. Are you fucking out of your mind?
Going off memory, I'm going to check that. Okay, so it was actually 2388, almost 2400, which is obviously still beyond
Okay,
true.
okay, that's
But
what I
guys
thought,
continue
yeah.
talking about the beta, saying it made news for how poorly the beta did. Like people
Who would do such a thing? Oh, no. No.
No.
would go
Yeah,
out
right.
to news sites to like hear about our game and how negatively it was doing instead of like hearing what the game was about. People heard about our game because of how poorly it did, but people didn't hear about what the game was or even really tried. There was no shortage of news articles and YouTube videos and hate on the internet about how poor the numbers were.
How many people have been complaining about me today? I feel like I've spent half of my stream today reacting to people that are complaining about me.
This was yesterday.
It's probably better. I'm probably below par, to be honest with you. Like, it's just been crazy. How many, like, I'm, and also, like, my favorite part about it is that I'm always indirectly named. These devs don't get it. Yeah, it's sad, man. It really is.
So it was pretty apparent. You
Jesus.
gotta be kidding me. They're really trying to say that people
They missed
didn't really
you.
know
They
what the
sure
game
did.
was. Yeah, we did. What the frick? Dude, the code is just crazy. From there, they talk about the reception. The most frustrating part about it to me was people had made up their mind about the game. And I felt like it was based off, I mean, this is more our fault than theirs, but we did a bad job of communicating what we were trying to do.
Okay. I understand. Please explain to me why a robot needs pronouns.
Exactly.
I'm all ears.
Because like I said, I would love to review the game and give a formal consensus of this game. But I'm still on the fence here. I'm still teetering back and forth because even with Zach's input here, over top of what I already just watched, it's sort of reassuring. And it's great to see like him and probably other people talk about this too. I mean, obviously he's talking about it too, but as a developer, you got to suspect that this is going to happen. You can't expect all things being greener on the other side. The grass isn't always greener on the other side. You have to expect this. And you can't be getting off your fucking high horse writing comments like this. This is too much. It's way too much. It's very zealot.
I'm ready to hear it. Why does a garbage can need pronouns?
Seriously. If you have to stick pronouns into a fucking egg beater, I'm done. I'm done. Done.
And I felt like there was such a disconnect. Like, if I could sit down
Pronouns are on and off. I like that. It's funny.
Yeah.
and with any individual that said something bad about the game and played our case, I could convince them 100% to be on board with the game. It's
Switch.
just we did a terrible job appealing to the massive gamers, and it didn't go too well. I guess I'll give this statement a little bit of credit for having like a tiny shred of accountability, at least compared to the other stuff that these devs were saying. But this is still very delusional because Bro is really
Robots are actually binary.
Yeah.
You know what the funny thing is? Is that the robot was a they them. So the only thing that actually was guaranteed scientifically binary was non-binary in this game. This is like multiple different. This is like an Inception retardation thing. It's like, wait a minute, you thought this was stupid? Oh no, no, wait a minute, it's even dumber. Oh my god, wait, what? What is it?
trying to make it sound like the only issue with Concord
Yeah,
was the
dude.
communication. Like, we just didn't explain this well enough.
Yeah.
No, dude, there were a lot of problems.
It got explained too well. I think that's the real
I'm just not
problem.
going to list all the problems with the game because, like, we've covered that
It didn't get-
extensively, and so many people have done a great job covering that extensively
Like me.
already and talking about
Me.
that stuff. So
Talking about me.
It seems far too redundant to
Obviously
just repeat
me.
all of that here. I'm sure everyone watching this video probably knows the numerous issues with Concord. So let's just keep going
Yes.
to the next statement. And this one returns to the very whiny style that we've been seeing. It's just weird that there is this audience who's just constantly wanting to be excited that something fails.
That's correct, because people like me see games like Concord and we look at it as glorified leftist weird gender ideology propaganda.
Yep.
And I don't even want to.
I'm not even
I
gonna
don't
say
even
it.
want to slander leftists with this.
Nope.
These are mentally ill, gender confused weirdos that
Yeah.
are trying to insert this into every single video game and facet of culture that they possibly can.
Exactly.
It's not leftists, they're retards. Absolute fucking retard. And they're obnoxious. So
Yeah.
whenever I see something from a person like that fail, of course I'm going to be happy about it because it means that the market has voted against garbage. It means that I won't see another game like this probably ever again. And
Me
that's
too.
why I'm happy.
Me too.
Funny thing, most of the devs are actually not
Me
gender
too.
confused or straight. I don't know. I'm just saying in general.
But the reality behind it is, we're just looking at our keyboards, and then we're like, oh, no job today. There's like a Schadenfreude of, I don't think I said that right, whatever. Oh, big game fails, and like, that's awesome. We got to see something crash and burn, and like,
That's correct. I like seeing things that represent things that I hate fail.
Exactly. Totally. Yeah. We're going based off of what they're saying, and we're just going to say, yeah, sure, whatever. We totally
correct.
do. Yeah, it's totally correct.
Whenever something
And before he even says it, whenever something is bad enough that we see it and don't even get to play it yet, we've already made a consensus of, oh, well, that's a bad game. We should probably turn away from it.
that I hate fails, I'm happy.
And me too. If Call of Duty Black Ops 7 sucks the rod so fucking hard, I hope it fails. Because it's a fucking wake-up call that the studio needs. And same for Halo Studios. So don't think Concord is the only fucking studio here in hot water. It's everybody.
Duh.
Kind of great. That's really cool.
Duh.
And to be a
Yeah.
part of that process, it's really easy to bandwagon on that. Like, well, we're punching up and not really taking into consideration that, like, well, you're punching up at that. But then all these
Even inside of them, you're still captured by this retarded logic.
Yeah.
Punching up. Nobody
Yeah,
cares
what the
about
fuck is
punching up
that?
or punching down.
I almost
People just
said
don't wanna
something
see
about
it.
that too.
Even inside of this, they're still captured by their own ideological, fucking cage.
Things that they want to surprise. They want people to be surprised on how happy they are. It's exactly what he's saying. It's exactly what Zach is saying here.
people that work really hard on it are not those
The
people.
condescend- it's
But just because
exactly.
people worked on the game, obviously, doesn't mean
It's
that
very
they're free
condescending.
from criticism. Like, you make a bad product, people are allowed to talk about that.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean they're limited to only talking about the product itself. People are allowed to talk about the team that developed it.
Exactly.
Everybody is allowed to have an opinion on anything that they want.
Damn
Now,
straight.
you might disagree with that opinion, but the free marketplace of ideas should decide what lives and what dies.
Absolutely.
Not your top-down, this is for the greater good, and it's better for everybody if, oh, coincidentally, all the things that I like happen. Oh,
Exactly.
wow, okay, that's easy.
Product and ways that they could have done better and things that they did wrong. Here's what the devs have to say about working at Firewalk. I know I felt like I would run into battle and die for the company that day.
I'm switching it off because I'm actually playing at normal speed now because I kind of wanted to get to this part of the video. And this is Zach's video watching this video that I just already watched. I don't want to get into trouble with YouTube or anything like that, so I'm putting my face in front of his commentary because this is a commentary of this video he is watching. I'm watching based off of his reaction. I'm actually watching his reaction and I'm listening to his opinion and how he feels about it too, because he's a gamer like me, same age as me, bro. Long hair, yeah. I don't necessarily like to have a long beard like he does, but hey, that's just the way we are, right? We are made to be different. And as a developer, you got to stand out. You got to be made differently. You can't be just putting in all this fucking DEI woke bullshit in a fucking video game when people just come home from a 9-to-5 job and they come home and they pick up the controller and want to do what at the end of the day? For not even an hour. 30 minutes, 45 minutes before they got to do some fucking house chore and go to bed. Same with fucking kids going to school. They come home from school. Guess what they're gonna do? Either go outside and play. At the end of the day, they're gonna come inside, fucking play a video game, and go to bed. How much time in the day do you think that they fucking have? Same amount a fucking adult has when they come home from work.
Well,
I was ecstatic when the teaser was revealed. I miss it immensely. All this interviewing and talking to other companies, I want to bring my whole...
do you guys think that I've made more money from talking about Concord than Concord made?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey. Yeah, that's crazy, right?
team there. They always ask
Oh,
me,
Making
shit.
they refund it. I'm saying if they didn't refund, obviously, right? But yes, it's just funny.
why did I like working at the studio so much? And it was like, I really just enjoyed the team, the people.
Yeah.
That's what I miss.
I get
People
that.
were kind to each other. If someone had
Sure.
a bad day, people would be super supportive and be like, go ahead, take the time. If you're not feeling good, just go home.
They shouldn't have said that. They should say, "Suck it up, Buttercup." Too fucking.
Exactly! Dude, exactly! I wanted to say this earlier, but I forgot. Seriously, no company is there to fucking wipe your ass. They'll find somebody else to replace you. You shouldn't have fucking said that. You shouldn't have fucking said that.
Bad. The game that we have right now is garbage. And like, you know what? Maybe we need a little bit of a toxic work environment. Maybe, you know what? No, it's not okay for you to take your third self-care day because your cat died 3 years ago and you've been having PTSD from it, so you can't animate the new character. No, we don't care. No,
Yeah.
sit down in your fucking desk and animate the cat. Too
shut the
bad. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Yeah, really? Like, exactly. Yeah, coddling only hinders growth. Yeah. It's crunch time. Exactly. Toxic positivity.
This is the first studio where I felt equal and treated right. Not only is everyone super talented, but also everyone was
Well, there we go.
respectful and nice. It's like a green flag. When I can
Same
go to the women's
reaction
bathroom,
I
it's
had,
not only
man.
filled with feminine hygiene products, but also there's women there. And it's like, oh, I have to share a
Yeah.
bathroom with other women now? Like, whoa, that's odd because you usually get the whole place to yourself.
Right? Ain't that weird? Ain't that weird? A pants jumper.
So let me get this straight.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all was sitting around doing fucking nothing, running group therapy sessions on each other, spending your shift in the bathroom, talking to each other,
Yeah.
and you're surprised that the game was bad.
Yeah.
Y'all
Doesn't-
didn't do shit, bro. Like, this is what we used to. I used to do this shit back. I remember I had American Sign Language. The only one I know how to. I can sign water. That's water. You know why? Because I need to sign water to the teacher so I could walk out and go get water for 20 minutes. That was it.
Yep. Creeper pants.
So these people spend 70. This is like, you thought therapy was expensive.
They're getting paid to do this.
This therapy costs $400 million.
Yeah.
Sign language.
Getting
Yeah,
paid!
ASL, American Sign Language.
You know what's really funny is how shortly after Concord released, and we were in the news cycle of its massive failure, there were some people coming out saying that the Concord devs, Firewalk overall, that they have this culture of toxic positivity. Some sources I've spoken with blamed a head in the sand mentality carried over from the studio's Bungie roots. A sense
Bungie is doing
So let's
really
hear.
bad.
Yeah. So let's hear this because I made a comment about this just like literally 10 minutes ago.
the game would come together because the team was too good to fail. It seems like we're
Gotta
seeing
respect the hustle. This was 7 years of getting paid for nothing. You
Yeah.
know what? Now that if I reorient my brain and I think about it from that way, that this was the most successful grift. These people spent 7 years fucking around, sitting in the women's bathroom, giving each other therapy sessions, and not doing anything. There's a part of me that does respect that. Like that's, I mean, you're in it at that point.
Pretty
7
much.
years of adult daycare. Yep.
Yeah, that's bad.
more of that attitude displayed in the statement that we just read. We've got one last statement to take a look at here, and it's pretty funny.
He
Something else
just
funny,
says
too,
it,
is how
bro.
the user
Adult
on Reset Era
daycare.
that posted these quotes
Yeah.
went on to say about all of this. From all public accounts, it sounds like Firewalk was an incredible studio to work at, full of highly talented
I bet it was great. You didn't have to do anything. I felt the same way about high school. Yeah, I didn't do anything. It was great. I didn't learn anything either, but I didn't do anything. I had a lot of fun.
people, but marketing and management
Duh.
completely screwed it over. This team absolutely did not deserve to be treated the way they were. I really hope people listen to it. One last quote that I
Really
love
hope
hearing
people
as it shows how
hear it.
passionate this team was about the game they made. And we can see that quote right here. Travis from the art team responding to Ashley, who says, "Do you want people to know you worked on it?" And Travis says, "Yeah, and I want them to be surprised when I'm happy about it. That's what I want. We were proud, regardless of how it went. We put out a good game."
Sure.
Whatever you say, man. Hey,
Yeah.
hey, whatever you, if you need to tell yourself that, listen, do you need another personal day? That's all right.
I mean, this is truly astonishing. From the dev trying to act like they put out a good game here, just not even acting like it, saying that they put out a good
Personal
game. which
day,
is
bro.
just a crazy take, and shows that these people have no accountability, and they just don't seem like they'll ever grow as people. To the Reset Era user who's actually like buying into this nonsense and acting like, yeah, these people are so talented, they're so hardworking and talented, and they're trying to put all the blame on like marketing and management. What a freaking
The game was a
joke.
piece of shit. It looked like garbage. It played like garbage. I didn't even play the game. It was obvious. You just look at it and it looks like trash.
Yeah.
Like this entire idea that like people need to give you $60 to figure out whether they're gonna waste their money or not is ridiculous. Like you look at Elden Ring, the game immediately looks awesome. You look at a lot of games, the games immediately looks awesome. Like if you can't even figure out how to make your game appealing at a surface level, what the fuck is the probability that you're gonna be able to make your game look good as an actual video game with any depth? Well, I
Same.
know what the probability is. Zero. It's zero. You're not gonna do it. So a good game doesn't need good marketing? Yes, good games don't need marketing. Bad games need marketing.
Absolutely.
Now, good games can have a force multiplier with marketing.
Absolutely.
But you cannot market your way out of a bad game. I'll give you some examples. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League.
There it is.
Concord.
There it is.
I think those are the first two that come to mind. Yeah.
Me too.
No accountability from any of these people, and this is to be expected from all of these modern audience types.
Marathon.
Just
Great
very, very
example.
typical.
Starfield.
Something funny though
Veilguard.
is one of the comments on the first page.
Oh, Starfield. I
says,
forgot about
"We
that
messed
one.
things up and blamed
I said
marketing
Marathon
management."
earlier.
And that person actually got a warning from the moderators. Probably
Drive-by posting? What the fuck does that even mean? Just say you don't like the comment. You don't have to invent a new fucking term for it.
one of the only comments in that entire
Yeah,
thread
he
that's actually
pointed
talking
that out. I didn't even think you could write that. I didn't even pay attention to that. User warned. I thought that was their name. I thought the drive-by posting was their actual username. No, it's actually the comment that the moderator left behind. I didn't realize that. Wow. Holy shit. It took a second watch for me to pick up on that.
fucking sense, and the mods warn them. Of course, that is also typical.
Yep.
Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed my coverage. I had fun making this video, despite how pathetic these statements were. It was certainly amusing and funny to take a look at.
The
So,
gift that keeps on giving.
like I said, I hope you enjoyed. Consider sharing your thoughts in the comments, and as always, thank you so much for tuning in.
Well, hey,
So I actually
I've got to say,
guys, hope you've been
I've
happy.
got to say that I really appreciate them wanting to stand by Concord and be proud of the fact that they made the game, because that means that they will self-report, and any self-respecting game studio will know that ahead of time, and so they won't hire them. That's it. Stop drive-by streaming. Somebody's got to, right?
Absolutely. That was a good video. Give the video a like. Follow Asmongold if you haven't followed him. Subscribe to his channel. Give this video a like, actually, too. He did a really good job covering that. Oh, man. That's nuts, right? Oops.
Starbreeze needs money.
So, I don't know, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about, you're a developer, man. If you're a developer, you don't talk to anybody but the people on your team. You don't fucking talk to a crowd that's looking at you, not even knowing who the fuck you are, and you want people to buy your product. It's so weird. It's very weird. I don't like it at all. I'm glad that they're sticking by their pile of shit, because that's what you're supposed to do. You stand by your pile of shit. Because that pile of shit's what made you. Right back. I'm gonna grab something to snack on real quick. Not too big. I'm glad I got a second view on it. All right, we back. So, some Payday devs. Something going on with Payday, video game.
So badly that they've just added subscriptions. Starbreeze
Sorry.
needs money so badly that they've just added subscriptions to a 12-year-old game in the form
Wow.
of Payday 2. And the reason why is actually what you would expect. It's the Payday 3. Their new game is simply not bringing in the money that they need, and that's on a pretty major scale. Just take a look
That
at the
is.
player counts. Under 1,000 for Payday 3 versus 30,000 for Payday 2.
Whoa.
12-year-old game. But here's what's wild. After launching a big
Whoa.
discount bundle at 50% off, they then tried to quietly cut it down by 17% to 33% off. They got caught, they had to reverse that, and whenever that price hike was happening at the same time as a new subscription was being added, it really wasn't quite a good look. And even Starbreeze's head of commercial admits this. He said, "They're not wrong. It's terrible timing." But as if this wasn't already a peak game industry story, well, Starbreeze actually just killed an entire other project. They laid off a whole bunch of people, and they're putting more resources into Payday. So with that in mind, let's see what the
Okay.
hell's going on here. You may remember a fun thing from November of last year. See, that was when the Payday Twitter account literally told people, and I quote, "Dude, we need the money." And you know what? That's actually refreshing. It's honest. It's definitely true. Here's the problem that was going on. Their sequel had disappointed fans of Payday 2. Basically, the systems weren't there. The content was not enough. And sure, Starbreeze had rebuilt much of the game, they'd added more heists, but Payday 3 never really took off. And why would anyone switch? Payday 2 was cheaper. It had far more content, and it had modding tools. There was just no incentive
Wow.
to move over. Now look at this. Starbreeze just released a well-regarded heist for Payday 3. They're revamping the entire skill system. They're
Isn't-
bundling the DLC.
Isn't Payday 3 just an update to Payday 2? Like, isn't Payday 3 just a graphical update? Why aren't they just updating Payday 2 with the Payday 3 engine? Like, what the hell?
So it's less intimidating. All of these good things that so far are not converting the Payday 2 audience over, which is obviously why they will want to get more money from Payday 2's audience. And we actually know how big of a problem this is. In November, Payday 3 was earning double what Payday 2 was earning. Now you may think, hang on a second, Payday 3 had under 1,000 concurrents, Payday 2 is always over 30,000. It's just that those Payday people bought their DLC a long ass time ago, unlike the Payday 3 people who, are playing and buying a pretty new game. But just think about that. A 1-year-old game versus a 12-year-old game. And according to the latest reports, that earnings ratio has not changed through 2025. So because of that, Starbreeze made their decision. Their decision
Wow.
to monetize Payday 2 further. And the way that's rolled out made a lot of people very mad. So here's what they're offering. It's a subscription service that gives access to almost all Payday 2 DLC. The cost? $5 a month, or $20 for 6 months. Now the context really matters here. You see, the last DLC for Payday 2 came out June 2023, but DLC for that game started releasing in 2013. So basically, you got a decade of DLC. And over time, just like with Paradox games or The Sims, the price to get all of the content ballooned. Because even if you don't need all the cosmetics and you cut all that stuff out, even on sale, you're looking at $200 plus of content, which is fairly hard to stomach. So in theory, this subscription fixes that problem. If you have an itch to play Payday 2 once or
That
twice
is a lot of
year,
stuff.
you want to bring along your friends, rather than asking people to buy lots of DLC or only some of the DLC or all of the DLC, no, you can just chuck in $5 and you can access the complete product. It makes sense for those sorts of players. But take a look at the Steam reviews. They're really
That's
not
actually-
happy. Over 200.
That's honestly, that's the best. Honestly, ooh, damn, that's not bad. Honestly, because you have a lot of DLC. I wish the content was free. The content should be free.
Negative reviews.
At least put a bundle DLC in there for a fixed price, like for $100. Download all the DLC for, I mean, not even that, just $50. All the DLC for $50, and just be done.
Hours after the announcement. You might be wondering why there's backlash, and some of it is people hating the idea of subscriptions for a 12-year-old game that doesn't have new content to justify the subscription.
Right.
Others, though, are kind of mad that this could be taking resources away from Payday 3. You know, they could be thinking, right, so Payday 3 isn't really doing what you need, and now you're trying to over-monetize Payday 2 again. We're on to you. Now, Starbreeze responded to this to PC Gamer, and their head of commercial, Gustav Nasir, said rather explicitly, this has no direct impact on ongoing work on Payday 3. And I actually do think his statement makes sense. Adding a subscription doesn't change either game's content, it's literally just a new payment option in Steam. Now, I'm sure it probably took a bit of work to implement, but I doubt that's the same people who are making heists for Payday 3. But why release this for Payday 2? Well, the revenue is stable at 50% of Payday 3's revenue. And for 4 years, the concurrency has been shockingly consistent for Payday 2. It's really stunning. It's over 30,000 people compared to the under 1,000 of Payday 3. But here's what a lot of reviews have pointed out. There is another factor. Something that looks very, very goddamn sus. And it's something that happened on September 5th, but until now went completely unnoticed. This is the infamous bundle, and this bundle collects almost all of Payday 2's DLC into one purchase.
See, that's
Now,
what
on
I was saying.
September 5th, its discount dropped from 50% to 33%.
For $100.
Now, the actual DLC prices stayed the same, but the cheapest way to buy everything was this bundle, and the bundle went up by 17%. In isolation, people didn't really notice. It's not like there's a fan base for just keeping up to date with that discount. But then something happened that would give people pause to take a look at that discount again. Because suddenly, the subscription looked like an even better deal. So players connected the dots, and the obvious narrative took hold, that Starbreeze inflated the bundle price to drive people towards the subscriptions. Now, PC Gamer interviewed Gustav whenever the subscription launched, and he called the price increase, quote, unfortunate timing, and said Starbreeze, quote, dropped the ball on communications. Yeah, fair enough. But after the article was published, and
I keep hearing that developers keep dropping the ball so many times. Well, if you knew the ball was going to be dropped, then why did you drop the ball? I'm so sick of hearing developers saying, oh, we dropped the ball in communication. No. That's what you want the audience to believe. It's called TV. Everything on there is fake.
After everyone got mad, the devs responded. They went onto Twitter and Reddit, they called the price increase an error, they then reversed the discount change, which is good, and then our old friend Gustav came back to PC Gamer. And he talked about the community reaction. He said they needed to apologize, first for not warning the community, and second for not realizing the subscription would launch soon after the discount change.
Okay. So whenever MCC, the Master, so whenever Halo the Master Chief goes on sale, we have to be notified first before the discount's applied, and then we have to be notified when the discount is over. So when the clearance sale's over, we have to be notified. No, that's not how this works, pal.
Now, he does maintain it was an honest mistake, that these things were not connected. But obviously, the price increase was intended. It was not a mistake. The mistake was how they handled it. Now, here
exactly. It's exactly what I just said.
What's actually going on, according to them. They were doing a general pricing review, and when they did that, they found something problematic. That the 50% discount on the infamous bundle was cumulative. Now, what does that mean? It means that during sales, this bundle got 50% off plus whatever individual DLC discounts applied. So they basically just took a simple solution and lowered the discount. Obviously, and regardless of justification, it went terribly wrong from a public relations standpoint. But from the outside, we can see why this company would do this.
They're preparing year 3 of Payday 3, reworked from the ground up, so they basically need every dollar they can get for that development. Because, here's the truth, Starbreeze has been losing money for 2 years. Payday revenue is the only thing keeping them afloat. And that is why they're killing their D&D project, firing staff, and refocusing toward Payday more than ever.
God
No
damn
story
it.
about game development on the European continent is complete without a mention of our good old friends at the Embracer Group. You see, in May 2025, an important thing happened, and that thing was that Starbreeze regained full
thought it was an
franchise
ad.
rights for Payday from Embracer, specifically from Plaion, which is one of Embracer's sublabels. A really badly named one at that. But the point is, Starbreeze had not fully owned their own game until that point.
Since then, the framing changed. Payday is now the core of the company, and that's why Starbreeze just announced the Project Baxter, which was the D&D co-op project supposed to be releasing in 2026, is now cancelled.
You guys need to just sell the IP off to, like, somebody else. Wizards of the Coast. See, Wizards of the Coast made Dungeons and Dragons Heroes for the Xbox original. I would love to see a new Dungeons and Dragons Heroes game, or a remaster of this one, or some online functionality with this one, so you can play with your friends, up to 4 people in a party. Like, this is legit a great ass game 20 fucking years ago. 24 years ago?
To be releasing in 2026 is now cancelled. $27.2 million is being written off, and around 44 staff are being laid off pending union negotiations. So that basically means everything at Starbreeze is about Payday now. And that's why not everyone is being laid off. In fact, some of them are being redeployed to bring that team up to 50 devs by the end of the year. And the new CEO explained, to quote him, "We are doubling down on what our players love and what we do best, owning the heisting genre. Payday is our platform for growth." And while the cancellation might be a surprise, I think anyone who's been paying attention to this company
I think Wizards of the Coast need to release their own release Dungeons and Dragons by themselves like they did many years ago.
kind of
I want to see single-handed studios releasing a game on their own without third-party help, without other studios involved. Literally, be your own studio and work on your own fucking game. Don't let everybody else see what you're working on. 'Cause that gives them room and amplitude to fucking put in their own agenda.
saw
And go
this
off the
shift
radar.
coming because they have been talking about it since August, and not just talking about it idly. They've been framing the future of Payday as 4 different strands of development, basically 4 different development threads. So
The first of these threads is Payday Core. That's Payday 3 and any future work. Then there's Payday Legendary, which is Payday 1 and 2. Then there's Payday Lore and Licensing, which is merch, comics, and transmedia. And then fourth, and most interestingly, Payday Partnerships. And said partnerships have already started. And this is where your mind's just going to explode, right? This is Notoriety. It's an unlicensed Payday clone in Roblox. But what happened is that Starbreeze gave it official licensing. And the reason why is that it has over 227 million players. Yes, that number is real. And I think we can all see the value for Starbreeze in doing a licensing
You can tell where the vast majority of gamers are just by listening to that.
deal with that, I guess, Payday knockoff that's got over 227 million players. But that's not all. There was also a PUBG licensing deal done with Krafton, where they're now implementing Payday content into PUBG. And if you want to understand how important this licensing side is, all you need to do is check out their Q2 report. Here's a quote. "During the quarter, it was our single largest revenue contributor." So, yeah, you know, there's Payday 1, Payday
Okay.
2, Payday 3. You can buy those. Or there's licensing deals, which have ended up being their largest revenue contributor. Pretty impressive, right? That's kind
Wow.
of crazy, and I guess it's why licensing deals really are just the talk of the town within the games industry these days. Now, these projects, these sort of 4 pillars of Payday, of Starbreeze, they've got their own separate teams, their own separate cash flows, but they do make money. And each thread can theoretically support itself, and in doing so, support all of Starbreeze's continued existence. And that's why they were looking back at Payday 2's consistent audience and trying to find a new way to monetize that audience. That's why they're limiting unintended discounts and doing things like the subscription, because they actually do need money. And just speak to another thing I've noticed, right? And that's that so many of us actually just play games that came out 10 years ago, or even more than that. There's one example that's always in my head, and that's Medieval 2, the Total War game. It always has massive concurrence in Steam compared to even newer Total War games, and I've always just wondered, man, if I was Creative Assembly, and I had that many people playing that game, surely I would try to sell them something, and, you know, make DLC. So maybe, in doing things like this, they're beginning to work out how to actually meet their players. Now, of course, there thus far is no new content within Payday 2. Hopefully that will change. But to understand why they need the money, you just need to look at Starbreeze's story. This is a team that's been through multiple leadership changes and multiple rounds of playoffs over the last few years. They're under extreme pressure to deliver. Right now, the quick solution is just adding products like the subscription thing that they've done. That's a nice, easy to implement thing that'll be a little revenue boost to show to the investors and make the game less intimidating for new players, which is pretty important in the long run. And it's something that takes basically no dev time. They've also clearly learned something from Paradox, which I haven't mentioned before in the channel, but you really should know about it. Paradox added paid DLC to City Skylines 1, not Skylines 2, and they added the paid DLC 18 months after the game's final update. That's another example of the sequel game not really going so well, and that does keep on happening. I think the one that's most in my head is the move from Destiny 1 to Destiny 2. As flashy as D2 was, it basically threw loads of the progression that D1 had made in terms of gameplay and systems into the bin for a fresh start, which meant that for so many players, the big new exciting game felt threadbare and disappointing. Just like the launch
Destiny 1 was a fucking great game, dude.
This keeps happening.
I miss playing Destiny 1.
Quarterly report, we see Starbreeze say they've got an improved content pipeline across both Payday 2 and Payday 3.
Something we now understand means diverting resources from D&D to Payday 3, but it seems like it might be across the whole brand in the future.
Now that quote makes me suspect there may be actual Payday 2 content coming, which would make sense in a world where there's now a subscription. But there is obviously a risk here. They can't antagonize their existing audience with moves like
new audiences only.
To keep them around. And as I think we've shown, well, I've not been able to move those Payday 2 people over to Payday 3. They absolutely do need to keep those people around if their business is going to stay afloat. I suppose, well, that may mean they will be asking for some of your money. Very much hope they'll be doing that in return for new bits of content, perhaps taking a leaf out of Paradox's book in giving City Skylines 1 some new content. Of course, in a world where Skylines 2 is still somewhat floundering. And I know that compared to other things in this channel, today's story could seem quaint. I mean, we've been talking about the payment processor stuff, the online safety acts, you know, layoff waves of thousands and thousands of people. But I think this story is just a great little microcosm of game dev being pretty goddamn hard, and the basic financial realities, well, you know, clashing with player interests, clashing with dev interests. I hope Payday people get some new content. But at any rate, if you want to watch a good video next, you should
That's a
watch
good
this
video,
one.
bro.
It's about malware on Steam, but not just any malware. Malware that has been draining tens of thousands of dollars from people.
Yeah.
And at least one of those situations does involve a cancer patient. It's honestly quite heartbreaking. But I do have a nice bit of news. People have more than made up for the amount of money that was stolen. So that's great news,
good.
but it doesn't take away from the pretty extreme malware problem that Valve are facing down. If you want to learn about that problem, watch this video next.
Yeah, that was a good video. I love watching Bellular's videos. Fairly informative and just kind of just the news, really. And just telling you, just reporting on the things. Like, give this video a like, subscribe to his channel. Definitely give this video a watch yourself. And it would really help support him a lot. Alright, I've watched enough for today, pretty sure. Yeah, I could keep going. But it's time to get back to modding. It's been too long. 2 weeks, man. It's been 2 weeks since I've streamed anything. And that would be a mod. Give me a sec. Right back. Alright, we back. I feel like shit. I'm just gonna let y'all know right now, I feel like fucking shit. I feel like trash. I don't know if I'm gonna be streaming for a long time today. I just saw Bellular just released a new video, actually. Oh my god, dude. Oh. Okay, so this is just now happening. And I want to watch this, But I also want to watch Gamers Nexus's take on it. A double whammy, a Bellular News in one, huh? Let's figure this one out. Let's watch this. This is Gamers Nexus.
This is weird. In a move to turn a sci-fi dystopian hellscape into more of a reality than EA Games has already done, a consortium of 3 mega companies has moved to purchase Electronic Arts, the gaming company, for $55 billion. The acquirer has been acquired. I live by the sword, die by the sword, I guess, for EA Games. This 50.
I hate the music. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Gamers Nexus. I really don't need the music. It's much. It's too much. It's way too much. I got my own music playing. I'm trying to watch and listen to my own music, not your music. Like I'll play some AI music. Here we go. All right, so let's watch this again.
This is weird. In a move to turn a sci-fi dystopian hellscape into more of a reality than EA Games has already done, a consortium of 3 mega companies has moved to purchase Electronic Arts, the gaming company, for $55 billion. The acquirer has been acquired. I live by the sword, die by the sword, I guess, for EA Games. This $55 billion number is an immediate red flag for us because that's nearly as much as the $68 billion Activision Blizzard buyout by Microsoft. Although EA's consecutive back-to-back Worst Company in America awards certainly add to the valuation. Let's take a look at the 3 companies buying it. The conglomerate consists of Saudi Arabia's PIF, the private investment companies Silver Lake, and Affinity Partners. So we're back to this being weird because in one way or another, these groups are connected to the Saudi Arabian government, the United States government via Jared Kushner, and although Silver Lake has since divested in its investment in SenseTime, at one point, a Chinese facial recognition surveillance company accused of connection with repression of ethnic minorities. But they did eventually divest. Sorry, let me just... What are we still talking about a gaming company? What timeline was I teleported into? Yeah,
Ain't that weird? Ain't that something? That's so weird. Right?
Oh, this is related to EA Games, the company that makes...
oh, we'll get there.
Sports game current year edition.
For America, yeah. Cataloging American sports. Now, think about it this way. You love NFL, okay, so you got NFL fans, right? And then you have college football fans, right? Guess what? They're all going to be backed and owned by Saudi Arabia. No more American sports. It's all Saudi Arabian Americanized sports. Get ready for it. It's not going to be just in video games pretty soon. It will be in everything here in America. We're fucked.
Battlefield, The Sims, and smashing success, Simpsons Skateboarding. Yes, the video game company. So again, this is weird, and to us, the reason this...
And not even Simpsons Skateboarding, but Simpsons Hit and Run as well. They made that game along with Critteron, that made Cell Damage.
Kind of warrants additional research is because $55 billion doesn't seem to really make any sense for EA Games. The company is already one of the worst possible gaming companies for consumers with its microtransactions and abuse of its systems to extract more money from them.
Yep.
And now it's moving into a consolidated conglomerate, private control by investment capital and government.
That buys hitmen. They buy hitmen. Real life hitmen. To kill, murder, and abuse people in real life. They are backed by this country. Remember 9/11? Oh wait, you probably were in your diapers when 9/11 happened. I forgot. This audience nowadays.
It's very strange. So we think this is worth looking into some more. especially because how the fuck is EA Games worth $55 billion?
Exactly what I want to know.
Tabletop gaming dice on store.gamersaccess.net. We're trying to support
these
this
are
channel
cool.
as much as we can with only our own store and Patreon, and that comes from viewers like you. Our
Wow.
tabletop gaming dice include an e-waste inductor set and a Snowflake the Cat set, based on our honorable and great leader, CEO Snowflake, who has asked
Yeah, but I wouldn't use those dies because then the weight balance would be off.
me to inform you that she has no
Unless they're
dictatorial
good.
intentions whatsoever, and she has also asked me to tell you that she has no editorial control over what I say, despite her demand for greenies. The e-waste inductor tabletop gaming dice embed e-waste inductors within sharp edge resin dice with the inductors from an electronics factory that scraps its bad batches to us. These are copper coil
Oh, cool.
inductors inside the high quality dice, which use a copper colored text for the numbers. The inductor dice also include a Goblin Creature token card for use in tabletop games, a random number generator treasure table that I wrote on another card, and it's all packed in a custom wooden box with a GN Alchemy logo. The box comes
Cool.
apart in 3 pieces, with the lid including a built-in roll tray. The Snowflake the Cat dice
Cool.
include tiny Snowflake the Cat miniatures embedded within them, themed around my boss, Snowflake, and also include a Snowflake Heedless One parody card.
The
with
cat's the
art
boss, man.
hand-drawn by my mom on it. Each kit
Aw.
includes 7 dice, a d20, d12, d%, d10, d8, d6, and d4. And if this isn't your style, check out our blacklisted brandless t-shirts or our blind eye t-shirts from our documentary covering GPU smuggling into China. Head over to store.gamersaccess.net to support our reporting directly.
Cool.
Thanks for your help. And now back to the report.
Yeah.
Here's a look at the 3 groups buying each.
I think their products are pretty cool. I've never owned any of the GN products. So I don't know. I thought about buying a t-shirt to support their channel, to support them. I mean, we're all in the same ship together. We all sink and swim off the same rock together. I mean, we're all on the Earth, right? If there's anybody out in space and not on this Earth, then yeah, we have a real problem.
EA. The Public Investment Fund is a Saudi Arabian government-controlled wealth fund with recent SEC filings we found indicating its investments. Those include, just for perspective, game publisher Take-Two Interactive, publisher of GTA, United Healthcare, Visa Incorporated, or maybe more interestingly, Silicon Equipment Manufacturing Suppliers ASML, and Applied Materials, chip designer ARM, CPU and GPU manufacturer AMD, and AI and gaming GPU giant NVIDIA. These change regularly as they buy and sell, but they're invested in just about everything that's huge. In the past, they've also held some Boeing investment and stock, but it seems they've more recently cashed out. They have more recently cashed out of their Boeing investment, and they've also, at one point or another, held some in Nintendo, but it's unclear how much they hold right now. The next company is Silver Lake, which is one of the largest private equity firms in the world. Silver Lake just bailed Intel out of 51% of Intel's Altera business 1 month before the US government bought 10% of Intel. Silver Lake's Altera advertises its
Military.
FPGA solutions.
Yeah,
for
military
operations,
stuff.
but
Yeah.
also makes broadcast and transportation products.
I was gonna make a joke, but I'm not gonna say it.
Divestiture in 2022, Silver Lake had also invested in Chinese AI facial recognition surveillance company SenseTime, which was added to the U.S. entity list in 2019. With the U.S. government later expanding on this, writing that the company had filed a patent protecting its invention of facial recognition technology, which, among other things, can identify the ethnicity of those it is surveilling. Then going on in points 88 and 90, which we've translated, to specifically cite Uyghurs in Xinjiang as an example. Yeah, that was one of the companies that Silver Lake.
I'm sorry, not to disrespect any country or heritage or lineage or whatever. On paper like that, I didn't know. I thought it was just a wall of text. I thought it was just symbols. I didn't think that was a paragraph. I'm sorry. Can it be confusing to figure out where you're reading at? Can it be like really hard to like figure out where you start and stop on stuff like that? That's what I'm saying. I need English. I don't need some ramen noodle fucking video game made in like goddamn North Korea or South Korea. I don't give a fuck. I need an American English speaking video game name that I can pronounce. Not some fucking Ghost of Ramen Noodle shit tie. I don't care. I don't fucking know what I don't know what it is. I'm not Japanese. I'm American. You're making products to the Western audience. If I can't pronounce your game, it's not for me.
Had invested
If I can't
in
pronounce your
previously,
products,
before
they ain't for me.
the U.S. government told them you're not allowed to do that anymore.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, these are examples of some of the types of companies that some of these large investment firms look for to make more money. And in the case of Altera, they are currently invested in that. And then there's also EA Games, the video game company. The third and last company contributing to the buyout of EA Games is Affinity Partners, which is a Miami-based investment firm founded by Jared Kushner. Yes, that Jared Kushner, a husband to U.S. President Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka, and former senior advisor to the president. Affinity Partners was founded in 2021, with Affinity confirming to the New York Times previously that it had received investment support from the Saudi Arabian government. In 2024, $87 million of its $157 million in management fees came from the Saudi Arabian government, which is the other direct investor in EA, in addition to being an indirect investor via Kushner's Affinity Partners, which is also invested in EA. Now, this is complicated, so we thought the exhibit meme would make it a little easier to understand. We heard you like investing, so we invested in you, investing in your investment, so we can invest while we invest. That's what's happening here.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's bad. It's real bad.
None of
dude.
this answers why
I'm not even
these
gonna get
three
into it.
groups would take an interest in Electronic Arts or spend $55 billion on a floundering once gaming giant that has a penchant for buying and destroying beloved video games and franchises from smaller developers as it acquires them and runs them into the ground. So that's what the rest of this is looking into. And
Yep.
we do think this move is probably only going to make things worse for consumers in the video gaming space, but in particular, anyone who might like EA Games or something that it sells. Because it's microtransaction time.
Y'all don't realize how fucked we are right now. He said it. Yeah, microtransaction time. Gambling too. So it wouldn't surprise me if Kick was like backed by the Saudis. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know what to say.
Again, it's time for more microtransactions. All right, so gaming stuff first. More mainstream viewers who might not be as connected with the gaming space may not be aware of the full history of EA Games. The first thing you need to know is that EA Games presently sucks.
Yeah.
It's honestly really the only thing you need to know. But they are and have been one of the largest developers and publishers of video games in the world for decades now, up there with Activision and Blizzard, which
Ubisoft, Xbox games, Microsoft Studios. They've been around since the Sega Genesis era. They've been around since the 1990s. And probably the 1980s. So, to me, all hope is lost. And the Western gaming sphere is dead.
merged into Activision Blizzard, which then merged into Microsoft. But they're up there, and EA's successful games over the years have included the likes of The Sims, the Battlefield series, for example, and let me just sports game year. They also include various licensed Star Wars games, Apex Legends, Dead Space, Dragon Age, Command & Conquer.
And to be fair, hockey is like a more Canadian sport than it is an American sport. So I don't know how Canadians feel about this. Especially when it's an EA that owns the NHL license to publish NHL games. Now it has to go through Saudi Arabia first to publish NHL games. Okay. So there are two things. There are two ways that this could go. Either one, it's bad and everything about it is bad. Two, it's bad, but everything about it could be good. There's two lanes here. Depending on how things go, it could get very bad fast. and I really want to kind of watch the Belly or News Video Again channel just to watch his recent upload, because this is the same topic we're talking about here. Damn, we're already going through this.
Conquer, Ultima, and somewhat ironically to today's topic, Mirror's Edge. A lot
Yeah.
of these games were taken under EA through acquisition of smaller game companies and studios, like Westwood
Yeah.
Studios, for example. And then those games were abandoned or killed or somehow driven into the ground. Now, EA has received a lot of well-placed criticism over the years, and that especially in recent years has been targeted at its microtransactions and its focus on monetizing purchases in-game after the player has already purchased the game, and its business-first approach to what
If you're gonna monetize the game should be free to play. Period. I'm not gonna drop $60 fucking to then spend more fucking money to play the goddamn game. I spent fucking $60 for a game that was baked, half-assed, and not complete. And yet you throw a fucking microtransaction shop to make up for it. What? Okay. So Halo Infinite is notorious there. They've already completed that goal.
normal people call fun. But for them, the fun part is the making money. So
Yeah.
they changed it. And now,
Yeah.
after years of running beloved franchises into the ground, EA Games has been purchased, and it's yet to be seen if it too will crash and burn. Although the PIF was previously invested in both. Anyway, in terms of who
It was them.
would own what, the Wall Street Journal wrote this, quote, Affinity will have a 5% stake, with Silver Lake being a substantial minority shareholder and PIF owning the rest, end quote. Reuters reported that the transaction is expected to close during the, quote, first quarter of fiscal year 2027, end quote. The transaction will be made in cash, and EA's press release noted that it will be, quote, the largest all-cash sponsor take-private investment in history, end quote. This supplants Texas-based energy company TXU's takeover in 2007, which amounted to $45 billion from a consortium of private equity firms. According to Reuters and the Wall Street Journal, this is the largest leveraged buyout in history, and according to the press release, EA stockholders will receive $210 per share for the publicly traded company. This represented a 25% premium over what the stock was valued at on September 25th. EA will go private as a result, and the company will keep its headquarters in Redwood City, California.
Okay. So you're using Saudi Arabia as a private investor.
Where it holds a large parcel with multiple office buildings. Worst case, if the acquisition flounders, the consortium will have access to some prime real estate in Silicon Valley. EA's current CEO, Andrew Wilson, seen here looking like a Bond villain about to enter his monologue and
Vampire.
plans for world domination, will remain CEO of EA Games. Wilson was put
So wait a minute. You sold the company off to Saudi Arabia, but the company stays in America. Then is it actually a Saudi Arabian company? Because to me, it looks like you just purged your entire market for just the Saudis to invest in it. That tells me something else that's going on about our market. And it tells me something else is going on within the public stock exchange. Something is wrong. Something's going on there. And I think he knows, the CEO of EA, I think he knows where the stock market and the stock exchange is heading, because if we are shut down and the market crashes, EA games that are studios that are here backed by this will crash and crumble and be gone. So EA probably escaped a forthcoming storm that we aren't aware of yet, that could be probably brewing in the background within the stock exchange, the market that's public, right? Because you have all these public investors pushing a narrative, trying to get enforcements on the trying to get their hands on what the developers are making, so they can push their agenda onto the developers, so they can make an extra buck back in their stock. But the private investors don't see it that way. They want what's best for their pockets. They don't care what the notion is. They want you to make money. If you don't make money, you're fired. It's the same thing for the Concord developers coming out saying, oh, you should have been fucking nicer about reviewing our game. You don't need to fucking hate our game, you fat fuck son of a bitch. Yeah, we love our game. We were gonna make sure that you were surprised by how surprised we were that you liked our fucking game. Yeah. That's really what these developers sound like, and it's so fucking retarded to sit here and listen to it. It's retarded. The whole notion of DEI, the whole notion of pushing woke propaganda is retarded. And only backed by ill mindset individuals. Pathetic. But this does kind of sound alarms a little bit. Because this tells me that, yeah, there's something wrong with the public stock exchange. Something's wrong with the public market. It's bad. So hopefully this fixes some things, or lets the whole public market erode away. So there is no more of this fucking notion, and that we get fucking good games again. I guarantee you developers are just holding out from making anything good until there is the time to make something good. When all this shit blows over. Well, it's taken 10 years now to fucking wait for this shit to happen. It's too long, it's too little, too late.
Quoted in the press release as stating, quote, I am more energized than ever about the future we are building, end quote. Wilson is mostly an EA Games lifer. He got a start in the .com era with IPO and venture capital collaborations, including work with Coca-Cola, American Express, and an investment firm that later collapsed in the 2008 crisis. But he had left long before that, joining EA in 2000 and staying within its various branches. As CEO in fiscal year 2025, Wilson was compensated $30.5 million in a mix of stock and cash. EA CEO Wilson is also on the Business Council think tank.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong too about the stock,
which advises high-level policy to sitting presidents, including, as far as we could tell, basically all of them, dating back to FDR in 1933. Now, we'd never heard of this group before, and it's not directly related to the EA acquisitions. It's a bit of a side quest here, but we were curious and just reading about everything we came across. And EA's CEO is part of the Business Council, so in some capacity, it's at least helpful to know more about him. So as far as we could tell...
See? This is what I just said. I bet you he knows something going on that we don't know.
That we read, it seems that the Business Council is involved in major government decisions for both parties, and their website says this, quote, demands on CEOs' time mean that certain activities are at risk of being treated like indulgence instead of necessity. Membership in the Business Council is by...
All of you guys don't know what a fucking video game is. What? What the fuck?
Invitation only. Peers invite peers, end quote. Cool, so it's a cult, or
yeah, it's basically the Illuminati. Your basic... Yes! The alumni. It's the same fucking thing. Scientology. It's the same fucking thing. They're cults. Manipulating the federal government for money. It's funny, this song started playing because it's talking about the federal government.
There's a lot of weird government connections. Multiple governments for a company that has now been voted worst company in America twice and make video games. But at least they're buying the best. I mean, it's the best worst, but it's technically the best of the, as in the bad direction. And You should always spend your money on the things that are at the top of their game. We're not sure if
Oh,
there's any
yeah.
link that matters to the business council beyond an interesting side quest for each.
I'm about to make a statement here. This might be very controversial, but I don't think anybody knows this. So back in high school, I went to a tech school for some extra college curriculum credits, and we were making a video game. Well, this video game was called Delve, and basically it was a first-person shooter. It was sci-fi, taking after Halo Combat Evolved a little bit. Had its own, it was built in the Unity engine, had a playable level, just something like a little basic beta, alpha, right? It worked. We ended up taking it to a showcase event downtown in the city, and it was a competition, kind of within ourselves. So we were competing against ourselves, and you were judged, and you would get based off of what you had, you could get an award for it. And, there's 3 awards: gold, silver, and bronze. We got silver, by the way. There were 3 judges. And all of these people, obviously one of them was not a gamer, but it was this chick right here that reminded me of the judge, who was also a woman that at that time, much older than probably she is, right? Asking questions that are financial questions, asking me questions. Because I ran the team. Asked me so many questions. And what finances, things that this can do, how would this benefit, all this stuff, how would this benefit the market and all this stuff? I gave her a bullshit answer because I didn't fucking care. It's not about the money. It's about the game. At the end of the day, it's about the game. Not about the fucking money. And this is where I find these types of groups to be narcissistic against the player. Yeah. If anything, I would start a company that puts people and I would put companies down. If I started a company that was built around building gamers to be game devs, building up people to make their own studio, because anybody can. Everybody's an indie developer nowadays. Selling courses and curriculums, you don't even need to go to school for this shit. That's just another accolade. So, all of you guys in this space right now need to leave. You started this, and now it is yours to finish. So
But we did notice that
I do not care that there are corporate conglomerate freaks, because even they too have a mental disorder because of money. Yeah. Do you know what money does to people? It makes them insane, crazy, hungry. That's what money does. It's dirty. We put bullet holes in palm trees and leave the dirty money in the laundry.
one of the acquirers of EA, Silver Lake, has its co-CEO on a seat
I
on
saw,
the executive
AMD.
board for the business council, pictured here, near Ford, GSK, and Northrop Grumman. In the very least, it seems EA CEO Wilson and Silver Lake ran in the same circles before this buyout. So there might be no connection there. It's just interesting because it's difficult to figure out where the original connection came from for the idea to acquire EA Games. because there's multiple ways it could have come through to EA Games eventually.
Well, the CEO is in that group, so he's the one that brought it up, and he probably doesn't even want to deal with it anymore.
We do think it's interesting, though, that the more you dig into this, everybody is connected to one government or another somehow for EA Games and the acquisition of it, sometimes in a direct fashion, sometimes indirect, and it really is clear that it's about who you know. Well, let's take a step back from all these weird political connections and look at it from the perspective of something we're actually experts in, which is gaming. So, I'm sorry, just editors, if you could just write here one of the lower thirds, if we could, yeah, those are my credentials. Hopefully they've written something flattering and accurate. Like I was saying, we're experts in video games, so we'll talk about that part.
That's why I waited. That's why I paused it.
Known as video games, which are responsible for such horrible things known as having fun and escaping reality, have found their way into mainstream conversation once again. That's always a good thing, except for the time that the House...
Bro, I would rather take LSD than hear this fucking narcissistic bullshit. I'd rather take mushrooms than sit here and have to listen to this fucking jack off telling me that we're just trying to escape reality. Bro, we got home from work. We don't want to see your fucking ass.
Oversight Committee called on Steam to appear before them with the so-called radicalization.
Holy
of users.
shit.
We look forward to when they
So out of
ask
touch.
him why his favorite side is tea, and what he meant when he said, quote, "I have the bomb," end quote. Anyway, look, from a pure gaming standpoint, as in the product they make, EA Games is wildly overvalued, we think, at $55 billion. So we're not stock people. We're not investment experts. I really know nothing
Me neither.
about money
I'm
at
not an
this
investment expert. I'm not a stock
volume and
expert.
capacity, but what I can say is that EA Games generally sucks, and we can't figure out how they are worth anywhere near what the Activision Blizzard purchase was of $68.7 billion. That's more money than Nvidia was offering for ARM before it failed to get regulatory approvals. But back to Activision Blizzard, that's kind of a comp here, and that acquisition included major IPs like Call of Duty, which has been consistently one of the highest grossing games annually for almost 20 years. Overwatch, Diablo, Candy Crush, StarCraft, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Spyro the Dragon, Hearthstone, Crash Bandicoot, Candy Crush, World of Warcraft.
Candy Crush.
Did you say Candy Crush? Because
Candy
Crush. That game has apparently made over $20 billion since its inception. And the Activision Blizzard purchase for $68.7 billion by Microsoft included Call of Duty and Candy Crush and all those other games. And Microsoft even has the strategic benefit of charging you $360 per year for cloud gaming gouging of these games.
You don't even have any good games on your platform. Why would anybody care? I've never owned Game Pass. Never. I will never own Game Pass. And now that it's $30 fucking a month, fuck that. How are you gonna buy into your fucking gay ass ecosystem? Fucking retarded. People that shit fucking sales prices like this every fucking day need to fucking eat a dick. Eat a bowl of dicks. No, go get it. Go get yourself an ounce of dicks and eat that bag, okay? Because that's all you care about. Sucking that giant chode every day for $30 a month.
On the other hand, for EA Games, its intellectual property that's
what
notable
a bar
includes
sandwich.
The Sims, which had its last major release over a decade ago and has been sort of on a quest for a Fortnite-style permagame model since. Battlefield, which, although a great series, has lagged far behind Call of Duty in sales. Dead Space, which is a franchise that's reportedly been put on hold due to disappointing sales. Madden, which is Madden. Star Wars Jedi, which is contingent upon Disney licensing the IP to EA. It's not actually their intellectual property. Apex Legends, which is reportedly losing players and is made by struggling developer Respawn. And FIFA. Wait, sorry, we mean...
Because the game's full of hackers. They're losing players because they won't fix their fucking game. That's not EA's fault. I mean, yeah, it's EA's fault for still supporting it, but they won't fucking fix it.
EA Sports FC, since EA lost the FIFA license back in 2022. And then there's always BioWare, which was good once.
Sorry, my face is tired from dealing with everything.
To contextualize how costly this EA acquisition is so that virtually anyone can understand, we're going to bring out the GN Louisiana Purchases metric.
Okay.
That's right. In 1803, the United States spent $15 million for 530 million acres of land, otherwise known as
Wow.
the Louisiana Purchase. That's represented by this small piece of the United States here. With EA being valued at $55 billion, this would mean the pre-inflation transaction amounts to roughly 3,666.66 repeating Louisiana purchases. The CPI inflation calculator, and yes, we actually ran these numbers, says that $15 million in 1803 would be approximately $428.8 million today, which would mean
Wow.
the cost of EA games would still amount to roughly 128 Louisiana purchases today. Now, some might argue that this is incomparable because of the situation of the time, so we also have a backup metric. The amount EA Games is purchased for is equivalent to 36.67 billion Costco hot dogs and sodas. Look, we're going somewhere with this. The EA acquisition could put an end
Yeah.
to world hunger for a couple of days because 36
That's right.
billion hot dogs should feed 8 billion people.
That's right.
4.5 times or so.
Yep.
But instead, they bought this.
And buy homeless shelters. That's right. That's
Although, to be fair, they did get Rendezvous.
Battlefield 4, bro. Boom, bitch. Get out the way, motherfucker. Sit down and you'll eat a fucking
Look, I
grape.
said we were going somewhere with it. I never said it was a good destination, okay? It's really on you if you thought it was going somewhere that was worth going. So, providing some background on the acquisition, in EA's press release, Jared Kushner, who's U.S. President Donald Trump's son-in-law and former senior advisor, stated this, quote, Electronic Arts is an extraordinary company with a world-class management team and a bold vision for the future. I've admired their ability to create iconic, lasting experiences, and as someone who grew up playing their games and now enjoys them with his kids, I couldn't be more excited about what's ahead, end quote. According to the Financial Times, Kushner was a linchpin for getting Saudi Arabia to buy EA. The publication wrote, quote, the People said Kushner was key to getting PIF interested in participating in the takeover at a time when it is retrenching from some private investments, end quote. Kushner was previously assigned to create peace in the Middle East.
Jared Kushner's making peace in the Middle East.
While peace is pending, Kushner's funds already are seeing dividends in the region. The Financial Times reported that, quote, PIF is a large investor in Kushner's fund, end quote. According to the Wall Street Journal, Kushner launched Affinity Partners in 2021 with the help of $2 billion from Saudi Arabia. The Financial Times also wrote this, quote, people close to the discussions said Kushner's involvement would also ease the deal's path through the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, which adjudicates on deals involving foreign buyers, end quote. Now, these types of large acquisitions often require regulatory oversight, and so doing one in conjunction with someone close to the executive branch could have some benefits. To us, though, this relationship, this link in the chain, poses some ethical concerns and conflicts of
Yeah, I was
interest.
gonna say.
Saudi Arabia's public investment fund could just think that EA Games is a good investment. They could think it's actually going to get them some money back. Maybe the
I hope they understand what's going on here because I don't think Saudi Arabia knows the reputation EA has been having. Because if we start hating their game, they're gonna say, well, it's Saudi Arabia's fault. Start hating them. Bro, your headquarters in America, man. That's not an argument to use, and I don't want to hear that argument come out of their fucking mouths either.
guy who runs it really likes EA Games or something. Besides, in 2023, they already bought a 9.9% stake in EA Games. So they're really just sort of doubling down on it right now.
Yeah, they are.
It could also be a valuable soft power
Side pocket
play that
bet.
aligns with some of its other sports investments. For
See,
example, FIFA.
Again, this is a giant fucking gamble. Literally, Saudi Arabia is just backed by gambling. It's just a gambling city. A country. All their lives are built around gambling.
The billions upon billions of
At least from my
dollars that Saudi
perspective.
Arabia has
I could be
spent on
wrong.
esports events, and more recently, celebrity comedy shows. It could be as simple as Saudi Arabia seeing value in esports, and seeing value in gaming, and going all in by buying gaming companies directly. While we can call it all weird, and it does seem that way, we can't really identify a motive, but it does seem like there's a conflict here. Besides potentially having an advantage of getting past regulatory hurdles, something that Nvidia struggled with its ARM acquisition it was unable to execute previously, if EA ends up being unprofitable, you really can't put a price on being that close to the US president's former senior advisor. That probably has some of its own benefits. The Financial Times also pointed out how the deal would involve executives' new favorite buzzword, AI.
AI agent. AI. 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 AI.
AI. AI. The publication wrote, quote, the deal
hitting heavy, got the stomach churning. Flavors all foul like a bad mix, burning. Life's a messy plate, no clean bites I'm earning. Allergic to the fakes, vomit verbs I'm spurning. Bar sandwich, serve cold, no fixings. Got them haters gag, real sick things. Truth in every bite, ain't no split kings. Digest the real, ain't no quick flings. Grimy alleys where my rhymes take birth.
AI.
Red bars stink up the earth.
Bet you didn't know that.
Realness brings forth ingredients.
deal is a huge bet that artificial intelligence can significantly cut EA's operating costs,
AI agent.
allowing the equity consortium
Even the music
to manage
sound I'm
a
playing
large
is AI.
debt load on a company that historically carried limited net debt. And quote, the Financial Times added, quote, the investors are betting that AI-based cost cuts will significantly boost EA's profits in the coming years, end quote. If this proves true, then prepare for EA's games to become soulless, lifeless cash grabs bloated with microtransactions. Look, okay, Saudi Arabia isn't new to investing in video games. At one point or another, the oil-rich country has already invested in numerous gaming companies, including part-time game publisher and full-time law firm Nintendo, and GTA publisher Take-Two Interactive. In addition, the Financial Times wrote, quote, in 2021, Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who is a keen gamer, set up Savvy Games Group, a new PIF unit focused on games with a $38 billion war chest. Savvy has acquired some of the most popular mobile games, including Scopely's Monopoly Go and Pokemon Go, and is now hunting for deals in China, end quote. Games like Pokemon Go via Niantic would have an enormous amount of value in tracking data, phone positional data, and who's linked to those phones. So there is value beyond the game itself in the data acquisition, depending on how that may cross over to the owner.
So, if you have Monopoly Go, Pokemon Go, and you have a warrant out there, they're gonna track you playing that game and they're gonna find you.
Owners. That's probably the real value. Mohammed bin Salman's MISK Foundation.
Or look for a reason to find you. That's what that looks like to me. And that's why I don't fucking like this shit. I don't want to be playing something or get involved with something that's just gonna get me in trouble for no fucking reason. Why would I want somebody to fucking watch what I do? It's like saying, oh, we need to have a therapy session in the women's bathroom. Yeah. All because I had a bad drive into work. Oh, boo fucking who? Maybe you shouldn't be out in public. As a result. So fuck you and your feelings.
And also owns 96% of SNK.
Sorry I say about that. It's my opinion, man.
The Japanese game developer previously stated that the ownership, quote, doesn't affect us in any way, end quote, and has, quote, no effect on our creative output, end quote, before revealing that Cristiano Ronaldo, who plays football for Saudi Arabia, would be a playable character in the upcoming Fatal Fury fighting game. But we think the fatal flaw here was that SNK didn't use the existing 3D model for Cristiano Ronaldo's face. Come on, SNK, the work was cut out for you. So further exploring the gaming interest,
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia has also poured billions into esports venues and arenas, such as for the Esports World Cup, hosted in Riyadh, with a 2025 purse of tens of millions of dollars. In 2023, the International Esports Federation appointed a Saudi Arabian prince as president, which partly explains the complicated on-again, off-again relationship between the Russian Esports Federation and the Saudi-helmed IESF. This will only get more complicated given EA Games' previous public stance on banning Russian and Belarus players from its Apex Legends and FIFA esports events. So it seems that video gaming and computer hardware, as we've talked about on the GN channel, has become valuable enough that it's part of this sort of global interest in consolidation of money and power as the large investment firms.
Yeah, that's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin looks something very different. Because that, to me, like literally seeing the Saudis and the Russians and stuff like that kind of get axed out of it, tells me that they're looking at it from a perspective out of a country's gain versus an American gain, because in America, everything goes. Unless you're violent and causing violence intentionally, right? And you'll be arrested for that. But in certain countries, they absolutely they have a ban against some countries. So I think Saudi, what did I just see? So no more esports for Russia or Belarus from EA. Because now it's backed by Saudi government. Their government has strict rules against Russia and Belarus. So, at least from my understanding, at least. I could be completely wrong. But to me, I think this gives Apex Legends a chance to survive again without these hackers. Unless these hackers are used, obviously they're going to use a VPN no matter what. But that's just the minority of it all, right? So that's just the small group of people that will be exposed and traced. So when this goes into a full effect, get ready to see a lot more hacking to be happening inside America, inside Europe, everywhere. Seeing this to me tells me that that players from Russia, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but gamers from Russia technically are cut off from the West. And esports are the only way they can get into games. Well, if that's cut off from the Saudi Arabians' perspective, well, maybe they're just not going to be a part of it at all. And that's what I fear. And if usually when something bad like that happens, you have an uprising. A mass uprising. And what that could entail is a mass wave of hacks, a mass wave of attacks, a mass wave of accounts, and people's identities getting stolen through EA's launcher, through the account that is seen through the video game's perspective, traced back to those servers, and thus are playable through VPN only if the host is available to that source. Has access to that source. Sorry. And this is scary right here. I don't know how to feel about
so
that.
So it seems that video gaming and computer hardware, as we've talked,
and to be fair, here and the kicker of all this is that I get messaged. I'll get DMs in Discord, on the Steam Workshop page. Like I have. Check this out. Go to Google. All right. Let's look up bot bootcamp for Halo CE. Okay. So the very first thing is the Coyote video for bot bootcamp. And then you have the Steam community, you have discussions and forums and blah, blah, blah. And you have another Steam community page, you have Reddit. Oh, and then what's this? Sky Mods. What's this? Well, this is a Russian website. I didn't create this. Somebody in Russia created a website that shows all of these mods for all the Halo games, City Skylines, Stellaris, and a few others. All because of them being cut off from the West and probably, other countries as well that are hosting these mods or these things, right? But this to me is such a sketchy ass website. There are legit links that go nowhere or links that do go somewhere, right? This person did a good job by adding nothing but the Steam links to just this page. When I click download, it takes me to modbase.com. And modbase.com is literally like another mega zip website and all that stuff. Like this is their version of Mega or Mediafire or something like that for them. Okay? I love how they packaged this up as a zip. It's 1.6 gigabytes when that's not the actual file size. This is not the real file. Do not download this. Please. Whatever you do, do not download this. If you want the real thing, please use a VPN and go through the Steam Workshop page as intended. This is the proper way to be playing mods for the Master Chief Collection today. Now, if the Master Chief gets removed from Steam, I have backups. Trust me, I have backups already made. I got a backup here on my computer. I got a backup here on, it's not a hard drive, but it's basically one. On a spare hard drive. Shit. Actually, yeah, I do have hard drives right here. I can't take them off the dock though. But yeah. And the server. I have the server up and running again, so I'm about to start the 24 broadcast stream again on my alt account on Twitch. I might do it on this YouTube channel. I might connect it to this YouTube channel as well to run 24/7. Only when I'm not streaming. So it'd be just reruns of everything I've done, everything I've said, everything I played. It's just gonna be rerun. It's a rerun channel specifically. Just so I can keep airing it nonstop on the server side, and then when I'm about to start streaming, I turn it off so I can stream. So it kind of like switches gears. It's like a real TV network, So I got that kind of all set up, ready to go, and things like that. But get on Steam and get the Bot Bootcamp mod through the Steam Workshop properly. It's up to date consistently every month. It's not 1.6 gigs. I think it's increased since the Halloween event got released last night for Bot Bootcamp. So Bot Bootcamp, its file size right now is 6.1 gigs. Okay, and normally it's under 4 gigs, but since this is a Halloween event this month, some of these maps got updated for the Halloween special, and that's a special thing that only you guys get to experience playing the mod. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You guys got to play it yourself. It's in the custom multiplayer section. Also, real quick, I didn't want to keep derailing and jump off topic here, but for that reason, if you guys aren't sure how Bot Bootcamp works, please look at the manual. I've spent so much time perfecting it as best I can to try and get it to a point where it's super easy to read and understand and follow. If, where'd it go? It's not here, it's right here. This manual will tell you exactly how to use Bot Bootcamp to the T, okay? To the T. And I break it down for you guys on how it all works. What things are supported, what things aren't supported, things like that. I even took stuff from the actual manual from Combat Evolved and injected it in here started to reword some of it for Bot Bootcamp. So now that there's actual CE material along with my material, like I spent a lot of time, guys, trying to get this to be as perfect as possible, but this is the loading screen that happens pretty fast before the main game starts. So you kind of have to use this manual to kind of get yourself acquainted with the controls and things like that. But multiplayer, for what I was going to get to, does not necessarily support AI with more than one person. It does, but you'll run into some ghost bots that don't do anything. They do look like they're doing something, but they're not really doing anything. You'll run into that a lot. But if you want to play with your friend against some bots, I recommend using Campaign. That's what I was just basically trying to say. So yeah. I don't even know where I was going with it. Oh, yeah. So it's clear that, you know, certain people will definitely use a VPN to go play the games that they were playing before because they got axed from the service because they're in another country. I can probably tell that this might bring forth a wave of if people through VPN as a kind of a hardcore metric, but you know, we'll see. I don't know.
Talked about on the GN channel has become valuable enough that it's part of this sort of global interest in consolidation of money and power as the large investment firms continue to buy up all the pieces that are required to have fun. So we don't know how this will play out. A lot of these things, we don't know exactly how or if they may be related, connected to the end result of EA games getting bought and what that means for its video games. But EA has been on a very bad path for a very long time, as indicated by its back-to-back consecutive Worst Company in America awards that it probably proudly displays in the lobby. But to us, the mystery remains as to how anyone could fathom EA Games is worth $55 billion. And again, we're not stock analysts. We don't do corporate buyout analysis. I don't fucking know. I'm not qualified to talk about what a company is worth.
Yes, again,
but
and
I do play video games.
To be fair, I'm not a professional in stock. I'm not a professional in investments either. But I know I can invest my personal interest into things when I see are right or wrong, and make a judgmental decision after that.
That's all I can say. Conceivably, Saudi Arabia's purchasing of EA games could affect how those games materialize and the topics they may be willing to get involved in. For example, Saudi Arabia's purchasing of EA games could affect whether or not we see future Battlefield games take place in the Middle East and around oil. It could affect certain social or societal expressions that are found in video games and whether they're permitted. It might mean the cute solar-powered sunflowers in Plants vs. Zombies are replaced with barrels of crude oil. Personally,
I love that. That's a good one. I love that one. I would totally play a game like that. If I had to play barrel defense games, oh dude, I would so play that game. Barrel defense. That's a game right there. Heave barrels. Pour the barrel out.
I'm looking forward to Plants vs. Zombies.
Stick it on the back of a truck, dump it
up the garden and just extract the oil.
Yeah,
instead.
I'd play it.
It seems like it's a lot more fun.
I wouldn't play a first-person shooter. Okay, so if you put a fucking sex scene inside a first-person shooter, I'm not interested. I'll go watch a movie for that.
Money. In a written
Trying to play a game, not
Q&A
fucking watch
news,
people have
EA
sex as a
asked
fucking robot.
Itself, quote, will our culture change as a result of this deal?
No.
Quote, to which the company responded to itself, quote, our mission, values, and commitment to players and fans around the world remain unchanged, end quote. Now, we do think this is ultimately going to be a bad thing for consumers, not for any other reason than EA Games is getting bought by private investment firms. Forget about all of it and just look at only the video game side of things, where there's large outside investment firms focused on extracting every penny from an investment, buying and acquiring a company that has spent the last couple decades of its career acquiring companies and crushing them. So on the one hand, like I said in the beginning, live by the sword, die by the sword for EA. But in the meantime, until the death by the sword, we are going to get 1,000 cuts from it. Now, EA said that its mission, values, and commitment to players remains unchanged. And considering this is the same company that has been voted worst company in America twice, regardless of who owns them, we believe them.
Oh, yeah.
It's hard to improve on the superlative. That'll be it for this one. Thanks for watching. That's some of the behind the scenes, I guess, on the $55 billion buyout. It's weird. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but
no.
Potentially nothing of value was lost because EA has already ground up all the valuables and not. Look, I'm just really salty about the loss of Westwood Studios, okay?
Me too.
This whole thing is just because I have a bias against EA because they destroyed Command & Conquer. That's all this is. All right, thanks for watching. Subscribe for more. Check back for more of my Command & Conquer fueled rants in the future, and we'll see you all next time.
Good. Great video. Great video. Give this video a like. Subscribe to his channel. I'm surprised I didn't subscribe to this channel before. But anyways, I subscribed. Give this video a like. Support his channel. Support the Gamers Nexus channel. Go watch all of his videos. Please buy something from his store. These guys could really use the money. They're a great set of lads. Oh man, I sort of don't want to watch the Bellular News report on this. Insiders expect the worst. So this was 9 hours ago. This was about an hour ago. I think we covered pretty much most of it. So insiders do expect the worst. Although there is a new Mint Blitz video I want to watch. Boom! That was cool. That was pretty cool. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, it's a sad day in the gaming space. I'll tell you all that. Alright. I said we were going to be modding. We're back to modding. So, last night, an update went live for Halo Combat Evolved in the MCC Halo Steam Workshop. In the Halo MCC Steam Workshop, an update went live for Bot Boot Camp today, or this morning rather, 12 hours ago. For the Halloween special. Okay, some of you guys have been asking in Discord about that. What are these Halloween events? Oh, it's a little something special for now. And enjoy it. So there's been a few things that Combat Evolved did get updated for. They got an update on the AI behaviors a little bit. It's just the routines change sometimes whenever there's a new compile. So I have to constantly say that I updated the AI behaviors. Usually what's happening is that when I do recompile the levels, their behaviors somewhat change. They get re-randomized. And so I have to kind of always announce that, you know, AI behaviors have changed. Other than that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 maps that are running this new Halloween event. It's the first time I've ever done this. But it's possible with this tool that I've been working on to be able to develop basically a full-fledged game with. And compile everything all at one file swoop, right? And I can even do a lot of adjustments with this tool. Like, there's nothing real fancy about it, other than the fact that it's kind of like assisting you with all the additional hats you have to wear as an independent artist or an independent game developer. So you need all the pipelines figured out to keep your workflow consistent and on schedule. So that's really that's pretty much why I built this little tool that houses multiple other little tools within it. Like a calculator that's, calculating how many ticks it takes to get to 5 seconds type of thing. 10 seconds are 300 ticks, that type of thing. So yeah. Little things. There's a couple of things like debugging Sapien in case you can't get Sapien to open and you don't want to go through all the fucking files to get to the debug file. The window's just right here for you. It automatically loads it for you. No fucking around there. To like HUD messages, string list editors, sounds, bitmaps, animations, the whole works. The shader compiler, you can compile shaders with this. Yeah, it's pretty much a whole universal application, a toolkit or a toolbox, right? For Halo modding tools. It's basically the toolbox for Halo modding tools. It's like a Soyuz, or if you're advanced and you like using scripts and all that stuff, please just use what you have. You don't need to leave what you have for this stuff. This is just to get you into modding Halo for the very first time, or if you need some sort of nice IDE to work with that works with these tools, this would be the proper application to use that with or for. Yeah, so let's see here. Got the compiler. So I'm working on a second mod for Combat Evolved. I am. So I'm working on Bot Bootcamp Halo 2. I'm also working on Halo 3 Bot Bootcamp right now as well. And I just started working on ODST, so I'm getting that one ready. And I just started looking at Reach. So yes, the whole Master Chief Collection will be getting Bot Bootcamp. It's not the fastest, type of procedure. It's slow. It takes a while to do. And staging a map is a nightmare. It's a fucking nightmare. But you guys are gonna watch me stage a map for Halo Combat Evolved. What I'd love to see, and I'm probably gonna just support this outright anyways. If you guys are making maps and you want to add bots to them, please let me know. I'll add bots for your to your map. No charge or nothing like that, just for fun. The only thing is, the credited got to be credited at least. No, something else. I haven't quite figured this one out yet, but I want to. Okay, I want to. Be able to add user-created maps into the Bot Bootcamp platform. So in Bot Bootcamp itself. So if you want to add a map to my map list, I'm open to that. I'm seriously open to that. So the only thing I would require is just a scenario file and whatever resources are tied to it. But the scenario file must be staged. Okay? So if we stage the map before submitting, I'm gonna figure out how to get this all working. But to kind of like keep the content alive for Halo, and to kind of like recruit new people to start modding, getting into like map level designing, all that stuff, I think this would be a real treat. Like all of it has to relate to the Halo Bible and cannot deviate from the Halo Bible, because that's what Bot Bootcamp is also founded on, is the Halo Bible. Bot Bootcamp would not work if I did not follow the laws of Halo or the rules from the player's perspective in Halo. So that's what took the most time to get it out. It's still currently what's being applied to Halo 2 right now, and so on and so forth. So if you want to make a map for Bot Boot Camp, you are more than welcome to. I just highly advise that you stage the map first, okay? And then you can upload it through Discord, wherever you want to host it, and then I'll take a look, and then it will either A, get approved, or B, get rejected for resubmission. I don't know what the best platform to do this off of right now, so I'm just kind of leaving it up to Discord to decide, really. So all my peeps, Dunk ODST, if you're around, if you got any ideas, I'd be happy to, listen. So on. And also, this would not apply to CE only. This would apply to the entire series, the entire collection of Halo. Okay, so this is not just limited to Combat Evolved. This includes 2, 3, ODST, Reach, and 4. And obviously the multiplayer anniversary for Halo 2. So 7 titles. So it's really 7 games. Because I count Halo 2's multiplayer anniversary like the demo to Halo 5. Or an alpha to Halo 5, if you will. So yeah. All right. Yep. This is gonna be fun. So I'm not gonna tell you guys what I'm working on today. I'm just gonna kind of let you guys guess what I'm working on. Some of you might know right away what exactly it is that I'm working on. Some of you might not. And that's okay. Oh, hang on one second, guys. I gotta take a phone call. All right, we back. Sorry it took so long, guys. Had a phone call. And, yeah. We back. So, I just took a phone call. I don't know if I can say this yet. It's kind of a NDA, but it involves music, yes. I don't know what will happen. We'll see. But I'm not going to say anything else because I don't want to jeopardize anything. But I just had a great phone call. It was an absolutely spectacular phone call. Great person. People are looking for musicians right now. The whole gaming scene is dying, apparently. You know, people are looking for musicians. They're bored, ain't got nothing to do. They're getting ass raped out of fucking monetization out the wing wang. So it is what it is. All right, we're back to the grind. The grind. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to download a few things. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. Oh, this is gonna be good, bro. Oh yeah, it's gonna be fucking good. We don't have music like this anymore, bro. It's all fucking sad and bleh.
I gotta rap again, yeah. I'm about to use this track and rap again, yeah. I'm like a motherfucking instrument, man. Writing flows out my mouth again, yeah. I'm like a motherfucking rapper again, yeah.
That's what they all sound like to me, bro. I'm not kidding. They all sound the same. Oh gosh. I'll just start spitting to the AI music. Prepare this level. Okay, that's all I need there. Okay, that's done. All these in here. Good. We need to add a biped. Just play a fucking song. Jesus Christ. Objects, okay. Need to put a okay. So this should be fine now. I can actually start doing things. Okay, so I need to add. So this map is ready. Let's go ahead and open this up in Gorilla. Shit, I left my drink out there. Oh, damn it, I closed the damn tool. Whoops. Okay. Load it again. While that loads, I'm gonna grab my drink real fast. I left it out in the other room. don't know what to fucking look at first. I don't even know where I'm starting. What the? Okay. These are all over where? Here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's exactly 10 over here, and everywhere else is just another spawn point. Okay. I get it now. Let's see here. Fuck, I'm tired. Probably gonna just do this for the next hour here, you guys. So right around 5:45, I'll start wrapping it up. So I'm actually gonna do some modded content. I didn't really do any modding content today. I just streamed a lot of videos, watched a lot of videos. Didn't really get to mod. It's okay. I've been modding this kind of offline, more or less. I've been modding, not streaming. So yeah. So yeah, I'll be technically pulling overtime. Oh, that's something I gotta do still in my fucking tool. So if I'm not streaming, I need to track my hours somewhere else. I gotta update this tool. Watch this. I'm gonna use AI to generate this. Oh. Yeah. Put that in there. Stats label. Session label. Session label. Okay. Session. Okay. There we go. Next, I need to need to do this stuff. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Forget how I called this. I don't spend enough time in here. I should know this. I hate that it has to be the whole thing. Yeah, it's because it's from here. Oh. What's it trying to offer? Nothing. Okay. Oh, yeah! Ugh. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta make another phone call. I have to make this phone call. So give me 1 second, guys. There's something actually on the lens, real quick. Islands, okay. Yeah, there is like some. It's like it's kind of on. I mean, it is kind of dirty, but. All right, we're back. Keep getting derailed. Phone calls after phone calls. Fucking phone calls. So tonight, I'm probably going to be back on later on this evening, or in the late hours after dark. So if anybody's new to this, or new to my channel, or new to watching me on YouTube, I stream mostly on Twitch and Kick. As the Pop Production YouTube channel, as it is, I think I could just pretty much get away with anything I want content-wise, as long as it's related to video games, or perhaps music, movies, whatever it is. It's a production channel. This channel on YouTube that I'm running is just all of my work. Whatever I've delved into, it's going on that channel. Not my personal channel. Just the end-all be-all type of solution. And also on the 24/7 live stream channel as well, the alt channel that I have running on the server. Oh, I'll show you that. I'll show you guys that. This is the server. This is actually my server. It's on a 10 gig network. So there ain't no bottleneck here. All I gotta do is just load OBS. It is on a server, so it is talking to a network drive, and it's spinning up the drive, collecting all the videos that are in that drive alone. So I'm recording everything right here, right now, as we speak, for the last 4.5 hours, almost 5 hours now. And pretty soon, once I click stop, this will automatically get remuxed. So this will get uploaded to the server by itself, and then the server will see that file and go, all right, it will get played whenever. I'll probably need to also rearrange some folders and stuff like that, so I know which folders to play for the week and things like that. But yeah, it normally takes this long because it's loading all of those video files at once to start playing it, so you guys can watch it yourself. Now, this does take a bit of resources. I'm not worried. It's just a video. It's a playback sequence, so it could be that small for all I care. But the CPU usage is pretty high. The other side... Sorry, not the other side. The other flip... The other thing is that I have it set to 720p by default. Okay, 30 FPS, nothing too crazy. 30 FPS only because of NTSC. I could do 24 frames a second. 29.97, so it's like the TV itself. Alright. And all this is doing is just playing back some videos. That's all this is doing. Right, this ain't doing anything else. Power usage is very high. Good. It's gonna be requiring a lot of power. It is a server, so it should. This is my server, like I said. So I have a system here. I can check the temperatures, see where the hot points are on the system. Put an air duct fan on it, cool it down, run the AC on it, that'll be fine. But to show you guys what I have, I'm rocking 128 gigs. 128 gigs, DDR3. This is an old system from 2019, so it's seen better days. Like I said, it's DDR3. It's as fast as it's gonna get on this type of platform. It's a Gen 8. The one thing I gotta do is look at the power management, power settings, and we're gonna set this to high static. Okay, power cap. We don't really need to. But to show you guys what our power looks like, power usage looks like. Let's see, 24 hours ago, 360 watts. It's only pushing 300. So it's only under. Okay. 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 Let's go to watts. Yeah, so I can see the wattage here. I could push 1,000 watts to this right now. There's no need. It's just a basic system. There's no need for it. But it probably would help this out a little bit. I mean, it's almost pegged, so... These are the cores that are dedicated to the VM. Yep, that's this guy right here. And I am running an AI model off this thing too. So I also have AI. That's probably logged out. I gotta log back into it, yeah. Just gotta log back into it. So this isn't the fastest thing in the world. I just got a 750 installed. Show me a code snippet of a website, sticky header in C#, CSS, and JavaScript. Wow, that was fast. Holy shit. Damn, that was fast. Holy shit. So I dedicated the second CPU with 12 cores and the GPU, which is a GTX 750 non-TI, and it spit out this information relatively quick on the Tiny Llama LLM. Nice, I can use this now. Fuck yeah. Cool. All right, I'm gonna use this. Sweet. While this is running in the background on another CPU. So I literally dedicated one CPU to run AI stuff and left the other CPU to just run VM, Unraid, the network share. And that's it. That's pretty much it. The system is stable. Holy shit. That's fucking awesome. I'm gonna leave this thing going in the background so I don't have to load it up again. But yeah, that's what I use for my alt channel. For the 24/7 live stream. I can add another one if I want, or I can add other people's content in that folder if I wanted to, and serve my alt channel like if it was a network, like Cartoon Network or Adult Swim or whatever, right? As a network live stream service typed into Twitch or Kick or YouTube. I would love to expand this out. Get a new server, you know, Threadripper or Epic CPUs or something like that. Threadripper would be perfect. It's more on the consumer side of things. But an Epic CPU in this case would probably just be the end-all be-all solution for my case. Yeah, it's awesome. Alright. I'm not gonna worry about this tracker here anymore. Alright, guys. I'm actually probably just gonna wrap it up today. Today's been just kind of a fucking shithole of a day. I got all the base starting points down. I gotta do the free-for-all bot spawns next. What I'm trying to do at this time is just get a simple session recorder going to record the session of how long I'm actually spending modding. Multiplied by the number of hours that are here from the mod tools themselves, because sometimes the Steam mod tool usage hours aren't that accurate, and sometimes they like to reset to like what it was yesterday. Yeah, it's partly why I'm actually building a session tracker in the first place, because I've seen this number go back before. I've seen it lose 1,000 hours before, so I know this thing is not consistent. So anybody that's going off of the Steam record there, don't don't. It's not liable. It's true, but not totally true. It's like right 100. It's like right 95% of the time. 99% of the time, it's right. So I want something that's more reliable. Sorry. And consistent. Now, how this gets made is just hard to make, so I'll figure that out later. But hey, all right, guys, I'm probably gonna wrap it up for here. Wrap it up for now. Here, I'm already tired of streaming. I'm already tired of talking. This is the most I've ever talked. Anyway, thank you guys very much for watching, sticking around, hanging out, and watching these YouTube videos early in the morning with me and all those things. Yeah, I don't really like to do them every stream. I'll probably do it like once a week, just to kind of get an insight of what the week looks like ahead. I want to watch some more videos and get some food. I'm hungry, man. I want to probably get some Chipotle. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, anyways, thank you guys very much for watching. Like I said, I will see you guys probably tonight for some late night video game streaming. If I'm not too busy with the mod, or if I'm too busy with the mod, I'll be back tomorrow doing the same thing. And until then,